Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, October 9th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. It's 10 p.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me today for our fifth session of the Halloween season, and we'll be playing a mystery game that the audience will choose tonight. YouTube has messed with the settings a little bit, so it's a little hard for me to see how many people are here today. But let's check in with the chat and make sure we're actually live. Okay, I have got... do we need to do bookkeeping first? Let's do a little recap of what we've been playing. Normally in October, we try to play a bunch of creepy, spooky games. And we played two Deadbolt Mystery Society games so far. One, a big full-size one that I expect had higher hopes for, wasn't that good. But then we played a little small mini one called Shadow Creatures on the 13th Floor that I really loved a lot. The one I didn't like was Nick Groff Ghost Investigator. And then we played a very creepy sort of story game, Curious Jasper Park, by a little indie company. And it was really a creepy story. On Saturday, we will be playing a deluxe escape room game called Ghost in the Attic. It's right there. Friday, we won't meet. And then Sunday, we'll do our second episode of Dear Homes. We started one last Sunday. That was a particularly dark start of a story, but the Discord has been working on theories for that. So Friday, we won't meet, but I think for the following weekend, we'll probably be meeting both Friday and Saturday. All right, now, in front of me, I have some games for you to choose from. So, you've got two puzzle escape room books with creepy settings, very different style. One sort of bare minimum black and white, but very gritty. Almost feels like a 50 Clues look. And then one much more inviting looking, but very curious system, like not that much art, photos and stuff, but more text, and this weird system of objects, hints. Like, it's so weird that only the first third of it looks like the actual game, or even less. And then I have two escape room short adult rated horror games, so quite horror-y, but shorter. We could play one or both of these. These make use of either an app. This game also uses an app and QR codes in some form. These are shorter, mini little escape room puzzle games from this series, Escape Room, that all work in the same way and have this big device with keys that I have in front of me. I have sitting here if we want to play it, but I don't think you actually need that, and it's kind of annoying, but we get to at least take a look at it. And then I have a Halloween cold case game by a company that that feels a little homemade. Etsy is where I got this one, so I don't know what to expect here. I wouldn't have high hopes for this, but sort of might be an interesting experiment to take a look at it. Not necessarily creepy, though. These are both horror creepy. And then we have, again, in the same vein, two escape room games that are horror-y themed. Victorian Murder Mystery, Vampire, and Small Village. These three would be cold case games, or maybe this is more of an escape room game. I'm not quite sure. But again, these are sort of some small indie company. Cyanide Mysteries. I'm not sure they're even still in business. Hopefully, if there's a website, it still works. These are listed at 1.5 to 2.5 hours, though, so that could take us quite a long time. This one may be similar. This is short for sure. These could be multi-session for all I know. In fact, this one looks very long. If these are individual puzzles, this one could take us multiple nights, but we could start it. This one, it's hard to imagine how long it could be if it's only a dozen pages of real game, along with lots of other stuff. Solutions, hints, conclusions, check answers, objects. Okay, so basically, though, we've not played anything from any of these series. So it's experiment night tonight. Whatever we choose here is going to be a bit of an experiment for us. What are people feeling like playing today? And if there's anything else going on in your life, let me know. Get some coffee here. I feel like I had a late start today. Like, am I missing something? Is there something I'm forgetting? I've spent the last 3 days struggling, really struggling, with the code that I used to generate the directories for New York Noir. I'm finally trying to finish up all the fine detail fixing of little niggling issues in New York Noir directories, and I'm trying to get rid of duplicate addresses and find addresses that don't quite work or might be geolocated wrong, and I'm just encountering like something that should take 15 minutes. I'm like, wait, this is broken. How long has this been broken? And then 8 hours later, I'm screaming at the computer. But I feel like I'm almost in the home stretch here. All right, I forgot. Let's bring up the vote and let people vote on these. Okay, let me bring up my vote where you can see everything. There you go. There's your proper vote screen. All right, so here are your choices. You've got the puzzle-based short game that's very horror-y, the book that's black and white, grim horror puzzle, the weird-looking, hard to tell how adult it is, but certainly set in a scary world with interesting mechanics. 2 brown envelopes from Cyanide Mysteries that we heard mixed things about, but set in vampire world or witch world. And then a cold case game that probably won't be very creepy or scary, but is set as a Halloween mystery party. Okay, 1 vote for the cold case Halloween party, 1 vote for vampire. Vampire and witch, 2 votes for vampire. Jonathan votes Halloween party. Boy, okay, I see. I guess it makes some sense. That the votes, well, I was gonna say, this group tends to not want the books and not want this, which is interesting. Vampire is the brown envelope. Halloween party is this one. I guess this crew likes the cold case games. Wow, 4 votes for the Halloween party. Kind of surprises me. Sometime this month, I'll do another live Q&A video, and we can chat about things and catch up. And probably a New York Noir session or something. Okay. Dorp says, I'm interested in eventually doing everything but the rightmost games. Why are people not interested in this one? Can you let me know? Is it just because it's short? It's because of the horror thing? I'm sort of curious about, like, I'm curious about this series because there's so many games in this series. And I'm curious now why the channel's not curious about it. I guess we can already eliminate these. And we can basically eliminate the escape room game. So we're down to these. Oh, Dorp says, I've done that system to death. I see. You're not interested in the escape room because you've done them. That's interesting. Okay, that's different. Jonathan Warner says, I'm not against the escape room games or the horror book. Felt like a cold case game tonight. Okay. All right, so it looks like it's going between these two. Let me just take a look at this vampire one. Because we do have a history of doing vampire games on this channel. Let me just see what this looks like. 3 murders, 2 puncture wounds. Was this the work of a vampire or something more similar? The killer has never been caught. Evidence, clues are available with this case file. Okay, so I think they're both going to be case file games. All right, so I am going to... It's 5-4 for vampire, and I'm going to put my vote for number 5 as well. I think it is a cold case game. We have a... Oh, Catherine tried to get in for Halloween party, but didn't type vote, so it didn't register. But we have a history of playing the vampire games in Halloween on this channel. We've had some fun sessions. So I think that's what we're going to do. Let me just stop the vote here and clear it. All right, we're going to play the Vampire of Albert Dock. A very nice looking sticker here, Victorian Murder Mystery Case File. All right. What other vampire games have we played on this channel? We played a book one that was quite cool. Do you remember what that was? It was a retelling of Bram Stoker's Dracula with items in it. Was it? No, it included Bram Stoker's Dracula chapters in the book. It was a book with bound items, and you basically read it. Dracula's Heir, says Jonathan. Yes, that's right. It was Dracula's Heir, and it was pretty cool. There were some beautiful drawings in it. It had some fun story. Okay. And Kit Catherine, is very kind to say thank you to the patrons. That's a good reminder. The reason we have these games to play is in part due to the generous support of the Patreon supporters of this channel, of which in the last month, how many have we gained? I say we. I shouldn't say we. There's a weird thing about we. This channel has gained -1. So -1 person has joined the Patreon so far. But I'll do a little bit more requesting of people. Anyway, okay, Cyanide Mysteries. Does this company still exist? Is it still there? Is it still... How many games have they made? Maybe someone can fill us in. There were Vampire one. We have played Vampire Deadbolt Mystery Society ones as well. Okay. So we've got a whole bunch of documents. Whoa, a beautiful looking map. Some printouts, some stuff. Okay. All right. I am not complaining. That looks pretty interesting. All right, we have never played this series, Cyanide Mysteries. Let's see what it's all about. Can you finally uncover the mystery of the Vampire of Albert Dock? It's been over a century. Police are no closer to apprehending the Vampire of Albert Dock. 3 murders on one fatal night in 1892. The killer walked away without facing justice. Was this the work of a vampire, or is there something even more sinister at play? This case file is a collection of evidence, puzzles, clues, and ephemera from 1892 to the modern day. Within these pages, there's the story, motive, and identity of the vampire of Albert Dock waiting to be uncovered. Will you manage to catch the killer, or will this become another mystery lost to the passage of time? Might be helpful to go through the entire case file before starting to hone in on one specific puzzle or piece of evidence. The game itself is entirely offline. There are no digital elements except access to clues and the full story. We encourage you to look up any words, phrases, or references you don't recognize to immerse yourself further into the world of 19th century Britain. If you get stuck, there are clues. There are 4 questions on the back of this card that you must answer before you can reveal the full story. When you're certain of all 4 answers, scratch off the stickers and find out the truth, and then go to this website to read the full story. Pages are replicated from real-life Victorian documents, some of which contain outdated language toward mental health and disability. Reader discretion is advised. Okay, so it's a game where you scratch off to find the answer. So fully offline, even the solution. Who is the vampire? What was their motive? How did they do it? Where and what is the mouth to hell? This sounds good. All right, so actually, unusually, this game says take a look at the entire set of documents before you start reading any, which is something that some people do. I don't tend to do with these cold case games. Okay, let's just flip through and see what we got. So it is indeed a cold case game from 2024. So present day documents and old documents. I always like that when there's a reopening of the case. Okay. We've got some old stuff. Old suspects. Computer script font, clearly. Old suspects. Old newspaper. Nice old census document. Police files. Some photos. Postcard. A beautiful looking map. Oh, it doesn't. I thought it was going to be a big giant unfolding map. All right, it's just a little snippet of an existing map. All right. Police file. Post office telegraph. Cigarettes. More police file. Steamship advert poster. More police files. Some sort of cipher message. A little Valentine's folded note. Interesting. Some sort of family tree. A mouth to hell. More handwritten stuff. A creepy looking photograph of some document. Some code deciphering. Race results. These look like old newspaper clippings. More police files. I see. Something for the map, maybe. Police files. Interview and passengers on a ship. Jonathan says maybe we keep the map out. Yeah, let's keep the map out. I think that's a very good idea. All right. So before we get started, anything that anyone wants to say here? I guess we can take a look at this map. What is everyone drinking today? Let's take a look at what are we looking at here. I guess we're going to see the dock here. So, Victorian London. What are we looking at here? Prince's Dock, George's Dock, Canning Dock, Salthouse Dock, and there's the Albert Dock. Okay, so this is where our stuff is going on. And where is the Thames River? Maybe this is the Thames River. Okay, Albert Dock. I was asking before, watered down fruit juice. Okay, that's a weird way to say it. John says we could probably match this roughly to a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective. But I was just trying to think, like, where does this fit into broader London? Okay, I was laughing at the watered down fruit juice, but the truth is that I buy orange juice and I can't drink it straight. I gotta water it down myself, but I tend to water it down with seltzer or like the flavored seltzers, but not sweetened. I mix a little bit of juice, a little bit of seltzer. All right, let's start walking our way through these documents then. So here's a modern web page. New evidence found in Vampire of Albert Dock case after 130 years. 27 June 2024 by Jennifer Davison. It's one of history's most baffling mysteries, up there with the likes of the identity of Jack the Ripper. What happened to the Mary Celeste and the disappearance of Amelia Earhart? On 18 September 1892, the so-called Vampire of Albert Dock murdered 3 brothers, staging the scene to look like a vampire attack and fleeing, causing widespread panic across the city. The diary was found in the attic of a Liverpool property which was being renovated after the owner passed away earlier this year. It's believed that the house has belonged to the same family since the late 1880s. Elsie Cuthbert, the previous owner, died in January this year, and her daughter, who lives in Spain, put the house up for auction. First-time buyers Hannah Lawson and James Lee plan to renovate and modernize this Victorian property when they discovered the diary in the attic. I love history, says Hannah, so when I saw some old books and papers, I had to look through them. It was only then that Hannah realized what they had stumbled upon. As I was reading, I came across some references to the Vampire of Albert Dock. Coming from Liverpool, I knew all about the case, so it was really interesting to read. By chance, Hannah mentioned the diary to her father, an officer for Merseyside Police, who was also fascinated by the historical crime. When they looked into previous residents of the house to find the potential author of the diary, they found links to at least one of Liverpool City Police's official suspects from 1892. The last update on the case was in 1913, when workers found what is believed to be the murder weapon used to kill Edgar and Sterling in a disused Liverpool warehouse. The object was a brass scarificator used during 18th and 19th century during the practice of bloodletting. A scarificator usually had 12 small lancets operated by a spring-release trigger. However, this device had been modified to contain only 2 blades, which were much longer than normal. Tests in 2003 confirmed the presence of DNA on the scarificator blades belonging to an Ashdown male. The gun used to shoot Benjamin Ashdown has never been found. Whoa, that's pretty cool. 4 brothers. 2 were killed with this. Edgar and Sterling. 1 shot. Wow, that's a little creepy. So what's the idea? Is this like a thing that they use to take blood where it like springs? It's a very quick springs in a little pin to create a little blood. So is this how they used to do bloodletting treatments? If they thought there was something wrong with your blood, they would have this thing shoot 12 little tiny cuts into you, and someone modified it to only shoot 2, but very deep. Okay. Let's see what's next. So now we're going back in time to 1892. 19 September 1892. Murder of Edgar Sterling and Benjamin Ashdown at Albert Dock. Bodies found 1 a.m. 19 September 1892. So here's our police report. Let's see what we've got here. I beg to report that the following are the particulars respecting the murders of Edgar Sterling and Benjamin Ashdown on the morning of 19 September 1892, 1 a.m. The bodies of 3 men were found inside an office at Albert Dock by Lewis Huddle, a knocker-upper, who gave information to the police. P162 Norman proceeded with him to the spot and sent for Dr. Howlett. Mr. Hoddle said the door to the office was open when he initially passed by and that he could see a body on the floor by the doorway. There were 3 drinking glasses upon the table with remnants of whiskey at the bottom. P162 found a bottle outside the doorway of the office. It appeared that the office had been ransacked and some of the men's valuables had been stolen. Edgar Ashdown had a piece of paper stuffed into his jacket pocket that contained only symbols. 1:30 a.m. Bodies were examined by the doctor, who pronounced life extinct. All 3 died from traumatic hemorrhage. The position of the bodies were as follows. The largest brother, Benjamin Ashdown, was lying on the floor near the door, on his back, with a gunshot wound to the stomach. The other 2, Edgar and Sterling, were slumped over in their chairs at the table in the center of the office. Edgar and Sterling had deep double puncture wounds to an artery in their necks. The latter was a cleaner and more precise cut than the former. This caused blood to spurt across the office in both instances. Benjamin also had double puncture wounds to his neck, but had already bled out from the gunshot wound to his stomach. All 3 men had parts of their clothing ripped and torn, along with scratches to their faces, resembling that of an animal attack. Dr. Howlett examined the rest of the 3 men's bodies and found nothing of note except that of Benjamin Ashdown, who had genital sores, white patches inside the mouth, and a severe rash across the body. Okay, so already this is the tone that you want for our October creepy game month. I mean, this is pretty gruesome. They both have punctures to their artery, blood spurted out across the room. They've examined the bodies. One has genital sores, white patches in the mouth. He's got some sexually transmitted disease and a severe rash across the body. So something's wrong with one of the brothers. But we've also got a very curious set of facts here, even in just this one page. One is shot dead by the door. He's got the puncture wounds, but he's already bled out by that time. That's interesting, as if the puncture wounds were done quite a bit of time post-mortem. And then there's this interesting detail about, I mean, they're both sitting at the table dead with the puncture wounds, but that's very bizarre, right? Like, if they were alive when the puncture wounds came, whoever whatever other brother was sitting at the table would have gotten up and run to help, right? The fact that they're both sitting there dead sounds like maybe they were drugged with this whiskey and had either been drugged unconscious on the table or killed from the whiskey poison. And then that puncture would have had to have been done while they were still alive, right? Because the heart has to be pumping in order to spread out the blood. But I wonder if the whiskey was drugged, they passed out, then he does this. But one of the brothers didn't drink the whiskey. He had to be shot when the person came in the door. That's what I'm thinking. Drugged with the whiskey, two of the brothers drank, passed out at the table. One didn't, so someone bursts in, he has to shoot the guy at the door, the brother who doesn't drink. The other two are passed out. And then searching through the office, not just here to kill people, they're here to find something. And then there's an interesting little note here about one is cleaner and more precise than the former. So I wonder if that means that the one with the clean and precise wound was the first to go, and the other one starts to wake up when his brother starts to scream. Or I don't know. One drank less than the other. All right, very interesting start to the case. What have we got here? Just a random little theater ticket. Royal Alexandra Theatre and Opera House, Lime Street, Liverpool, Jack and the Beanstalk, 18 September 1892. I wonder if we should start a timeline here. I frequently am lazy about timelines, but I feel like that comes to bite us sometimes. Let's start a timeline. So, September 19, 1892, 1 a.m., bodies found. 3 brothers, I think I said 4 earlier, erroneously. 3 brothers killed. All right, and maybe we'll just write out the names of the 3 brothers. We have Benjamin Ashdown, and then Edgar and Sterling. So the largest one, maybe he did drink, but he's so big that he didn't drink enough to knock him out. So he was shot by the door, and then these 2 were killed by the blood scarification machine. All right. Loving it so far. Now, we've got some suspects here. Let's see if they tell us how these suspects came to be on the suspect list. Bernard Feld, age 32, height 5'4", black hair, brown eyes, pale complexion. He's a former doctor. Born St. Mary's Orphanage, Pendle. Can be recognized for his extremely pale complexion and dark hair and eyes. He has always sported a thin mustache with no beard. Often seen wearing a bloody apron. Before his recent breakdown, Renard with an R, was a respectable doctor. Benjamin Ashdown's former doctor. This is why he's come under suspicion. He was Benjamin Ashdown's former doctor. However, Benjamin had just started to see another doctor before his death because of an incident between himself and Renard in the first week of September, when Renard was taken over by a bout of mania and bit his patient during a regular checkup. His whereabouts since are unknown. Previous offenses, none. Okay, so he went a bit crazy the week before. We're looking at a picture of him here, Renard Feld. He looks quite dapper. He's got his Victorian suit and his handkerchief in his pocket. He's dressed well. Looks like a young man. Age 32, looks young for his age. Okay. That's Bernard. Next up is Charles Emerson. Age 29, 5'6", brown hair, green eyes, pallid complexion. His trade is a dock laborer. Born in West Derby Whorehouse, Liverpool. Was he born in a whorehouse? Is that what it's saying? Workhouse. Born in a West Derby workhouse in Liverpool. Pallid and tired appearance, owing to working nights at Albert Dock. Charles has mid-brown hair, potentially unkempt. He usually doesn't have facial hair, but might be sporting stubble if he hasn't accessed a face shaver in recent days. Has a tattoo of a snake on his left arm. Relation to victim. Started working regular shifts for Ashdown Tobacco Works at the end of May 1892, along with his brother. During September, Charles stopped showing up for work. This and his brother's whereabouts since are unknown. His and his brother's whereabouts since are unknown. Previous offenses: imprisoned for pickpocketing in March 1888, sentenced to 3 months hard labor at Liverpool Borough Gaol at the prison. How do you like that? 3 months for pickpocketing. If you pickpocketed now in America, you're not going to jail. You probably aren't even going to get arrested. Probably just get a talking to. Okay, and here's a photograph of him. He looks like a young man. He looks like a little bit of a tough, a little bit dangerous, but not a major criminal here. Okay, so he worked for the brothers. Sounds like they have a tobacco place. He was working for them for a month. March, April, May, June, July, September. He's working there for them for a few months before the murder. But sounds like maybe they're just suspicious because he fled town with his brother. They don't know where he's gone. Okay, are we going to get a look at his brother? Is he another of our suspects? Doesn't look like it. I don't know why they suspect him rather than a brother. I guess he's a pickpocket. He's under suspicion. All right, we got a couple more suspects here. Then maybe we'll take our first break early. Thomas Clark, age 28, 5'5", brown hair, blue eyes, pallid complexion. Another dock laborer. He's born in Anketts, Manchester. Usually keeps a tidy appearance with no mustache and a light beard with sideburns. He has a deep scar on his right cheek by his ear. Has been known to argue with his wife and has long harbored suspicions about her moral character. Thomas is a devout Protestant, regularly attends church services, though his wife does not. Relation to the victim. Previously worked at Ashdown Tobacco Works on Albert Dock, but was recently dismissed for making a disparaging comment towards Benjamin Ashdown about his health. On 16th of September, Thomas arrived outside Benjamin's house and shouted abuse and made threats. Benjamin was not at home at the time, but his maid reported the incident. Previous offenses: arrested for being drunk and disorderly, January 1889, and fined £5 or 5 shilling. Arrested for being drunk in a public space, April 1892, fined 17 shilling. Arrested for causing a disturbance while drunk in August 1892. Fined £1 4 shillings. Okay, so he's just a drunk. Drunken disorderly shouts at people. That's hardly someone committing such a diabolical triple murder. But let's take a look at Thomas Clark and his wife, who he distrusts. Another young-looking man. He's sitting down, his wife's standing. They both look quite young. Okay, looks respectable. Deep scar on his right cheek to his ear. All right, let's see who we've got next here. Bertie White. Age 35, 5'7", light brown hair, blue eyes, healthy complexion. Business owner, born in Manhattan, New York. Thick mustache and beard, well kept, always groomed. Inherited Ruthven Steamship Company Limited from his father, along with a vast fortune. Spends most of his time in New York, but occasionally travels to Liverpool to visit his sister and her children. Relation to the victim. Bertie's sister, Geraldine, was married to Edgar Ashdown. The pair always had a turbulent relationship, and Edgar had mentioned to others on several occasions of his wife's mental instability. Geraldine is believed to have drowned herself in early September 1892. Interesting. So here is going to be Bertie, a guy, and his sister who kills herself in the month of our murders. She's mentally unstable and married to one of the brothers. That is a good revenge motive. Okay, there he is. He's 35, looks a little older, got a big beard. And perhaps that's his sister. But he's rich. Maybe he did want to, maybe he did blame the husband for the death of suicide of his sister. Still, that's a weird way to kill someone for revenge. Okay, our last, I believe this may be our last suspect. Leopold Parker, age 26, height 5'4", red hair, green eyes, a sallow complexion. What are all these complexions? I don't even know what these mean. Sallow complexion. He's unemployed, born in West Derby Workhouse in Liverpool. Marks and remarks. Leopold has a freckled, pockmarked face with red hair and has several scars across his arms. He has been in and out of the workhouse most of his life and is no stranger to the police. He's believed to have a drug and gambling habit, which he funds by thieving and pickpocketing, so he's a thief. Leopold has pickpocketed Sterling Ashdown on 3 occasions and burgled his house on 2. It's also possible he pickpocketed Edgar Ashdown on a separate occasion but was not apprehended. Previous offenses. 13 offenses of pickpocketing from 1879 to 1892, resulting in punishments ranging from fines to 9 months hard labor at Liverpool Borough Gaol. 4 offenses of burglary from 1885 to 1891, resulting in punishments ranging from fines to 1 year hard labor at Liverpool Borough Gaol. 6 offenses of being drunk in a public place from 1856 to 1891, resulting in multiple fines. So right up into the year or vampire murders, he's been caught pickpocketing and doing real time. That's what his profession is, it seems, and he's been doing some hard labor. Burglary. I'm surprised he didn't get more time in burglary for that many. 4 offenses of burglary. Most time he did was a year of hard labor. Leopold Parker, here he is. He's 26. He looks like a very young man. Looks like he could be a con artist. Doesn't really look like a repeat offender thief. Sallow is pale yellowish complexion. All right. Let's not take a break yet. Let's read this newspaper about the murders. And then we'll take our break. Okay. Monday, September 19th. So this is the day the bodies are found. The Liverpool Morning Post. Okay, so we're in Liverpool. We're not in London. We're in Liverpool. That's why we didn't recognize the layout here. The Vampire of Albert Dock murders 3. There's a little drawing here. Here's caption says the bodies were found inside an office at Liverpool's Albert Dock. And here's someone's drawn a little picture of Albert Dock. Lord Mayor of Liverpool offers £100 reward. The bodies of 3 men were found early this morning by a knocker-upper who happened to be passing by the area. Mr. Hoddle said he could see a body slumped in a concerning manner with blood pooled around him, and he summoned a constable to right away. The deceased have been confirmed as brothers Edgar Sterling and Benjamin Ashdown, Liverpool cigarette purveyors of Ashdown and Sons Limited. The police are investigating the brothers' final movements and interrogating those with any possible motives. According to eyewitness accounts, the killer was of an average height and had no remarkable features. Eyewitnesses were unable to discern whether the killer had any facial hair or the clothes he was wearing. Police are not ruling out any nationality as to the identity of the perpetrator, whether he be English, Irish, or American. There was nothing to show which direction the murderer retreated across the city. It appears as though the offices of the murdered brothers was ransacked, as though the attack was motivated by theft. However, police doubt that a simple burglary would be so violent and despicable. The Ashdown family was well known across Liverpool for decades, with the brothers' father, Henry Ashdown, setting up the first Ashdown Tobacco Works on Old Hall Street in 1849. Since their father died in 1882, the brothers have taken over the running of Ashdown and Sons Limited, and in the last few years, their father's 5 tobacco works proved too costly to continue running, and they have since taken to importing tobacco from overseas, running the operation from their office at Albert Dock. Rumors across Liverpool talk of the killings as a vampire attack, with the perpetrator having been seen across the city for several weeks, only at night, leaping across rooftops, stealing babies from prams, and feasting upon animal carcasses. It is understood that the police are ignoring this line of inquiry. Each of the 3 victims had puncture wounds to their necks, resembling that of a bite mark from a sharp-toothed jaw. They had torn clothing, seemingly shredded by a beast. Liverpool City Police have already warned people against exaggerating eyewitness accounts. Dozens of people have come forward to share their stories of the purported vampire of Albert Dock, potentially hindering the police investigation and wasting constables' time. Our readers might be reminded of a serial murderer who stalked the streets of Whitechapel in London just 4 years ago and has never been apprehended. Jack the Ripper butchered 5 women in the most heinous manner, and despite extensive police investigations, he still walks the streets. Will this vampire be the same? How many more lives will be lost before this monster's appetite is satiated? Or perhaps the Liverpool City Police apprehend him first, unlike their counterparts at Scotland Yard. The extended Ashdown family will be holding a funeral for the 3 brothers on 27 September at St. John's Church. This is not the only tragedy for the family in recent weeks, as Edgar's wife Geraldine sadly passed away at the beginning of September. For the city of Liverpool, the picture in everyone's minds is that of sharp teeth, clawed hands, and eyes like balls of fire. The blood-sucking killer that hunts on the dark streets of Albert Dock. And we've got a little side article here. Lucky Lamia wins big. Latest horse racing results. Anyone who backed My Sweet Lamia yesterday's fixture will be counting their lucky stars. The 20-year-old mare shocked punters at Aintree Racecourse on Sunday afternoon, outstripping the other horses and racing ahead into first place. With 66-1 odds, not many expected this horse to be worth betting on. However, those that did will be extremely glad of their bets. The results are as follows, and then we've got a listing of the horses in this race. My Sweet Lamia came in first, and then we've got other horses coming in from second to ninth place. My Sweet Lamia had a lucky break this time, but will she prove herself for the next race? Okay. All right. Well, I'm loving the setup so far. A very interesting case. Setting the scene very well for us of Victorian Liverpool. Doesn't seem like it's really going to be a vampire, but why would you go through all this trouble to make it look like one? All right, we'll take our first break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're joining me for a playthrough of a cold case dossier game called The Vampire of Albert Dock by a company called Cyanide Mysteries. We were wondering about the company a little bit. I don't remember, but here's their website. You can see they sell The Vampire of Albert Dock, The Curse of Little Witchell, both of which I have that you saw, and then one more that I don't have, called The Diamond Princess. All three are available on the website, both in digital and print versions. So for £8, you can get the digital version of the game you're watching me play here, or for £20, the physical version, which I have. So quite reasonable. Bundles. This is probably, I probably bought this bundle here. 2 murder mystery cold case file. The Diamond Princess, no. So you can buy them in bundles. This is the one I bought here, obviously. Little Witchell and Albert Dock. I don't remember, but someone may have recommended this to me for a previous October thing. All right, so if this game appeals to you, remember, if you join me for this, you won't be able to play it. These are just one-time playthroughs. If this seems like something you're interested in, you could stop watching now, order this yourself, and come watch this video afterwards. So far, I'm liking the setting and the theme. Occasionally, we do a little show and tell here where I show you the coffee I'm drinking. I'm going to show you something, and we'll see who knows what it is. Okay. It's a little creepy looking. Okay, what is this? What are you looking at here? Who knows what this is? Boy, that does look disgusting. All right, but it's not disgusting. All right, who knows what this is? I'll give you a hint. It's probably been alive for hundreds of years. All right, so some of the people in the channel know what it is. It's sourdough starter. So this is actually a sourdough starter. We make bread fairly regularly, and it's when you use regular yeast for bread, you can buy dry yeast anytime, anywhere, and you just reactivate and you sprinkle it. But sourdough is made with a yeast that doesn't dry well, I guess. And so you have to keep sourdough starter living. It's a living creature that lives in your refrigerator or on your counter for years and years, and has been living for many years. And the sourdough starter that I've had since 2018 was dormant. I didn't feed it for a while, and so this is a new attempt to revive it. Seems fine. Catherine says, I've named mine. And it's fun to share, says Amato. I mean, share the sourdough starter. So it's, I guess it can dry. You can freeze it, but I guess it's that regular yeast is hardier and will survive maybe arbitrary amounts of time when dried out. It goes into hibernation. But the sourdough starter, the mother, the creature that lives forever, and you feed it once a week. You give it some flour, you give it some water, you just keep it living. Slows down life in the refrigerator, so you don't have to feed it very often, but it's like a living creature. All right. Let's get back to our case here. So our next piece of evidence, we're going through these in order. You don't have to, but for lack of a better order to go through. All right, what do we have here? A census. Now, why do we care about the census? 1891 census, so previous year. All right, let's just understand this. Maybe we won't spend too much time on this until we know why we should be looking through it, but let's see what it is. It's a Liverpool census for Liverpool proper in the municipal ward of the city center north. What are we looking at here? So it looks like we're looking at these. This is a sheet, just one sheet of who's living where. I guess that's what we're looking at. Who lives where? Because these are some of our suspects, right? So I think Birdie, that was one of our suspects. Birdie White, though. And here we have Birdie Marr. All right, let's just understand how this works. We've got a street address. Then we've got how many people live at that address, and here they are, Birdie and some others, although one house, number of rooms, I see, there's 3 rooms, and then 5 people living in these 3 rooms, and here they are, head of the family, wife, daughter, son, and niece. Condition, are they married or single? So these first 2 are married to each other, and the rest of them are single. And then continuing on, for each one, we have their age. Age 40, 40, 19, 17, 12, and whether they're male or female. Their profession. One's a tailor, the wife's not employed, she's a homemaker. We've got a factory girl, the daughter, 19-year-old daughter's a factory girl, the 17-year-old son's a warehouse boy. The niece, the 12-year-old niece is a scholar. Okay. What other information do we have for each person? We have whether they're employed, and then where they were born. And we've got a column for if they were deaf, dumb, lunatic, but no one on this sheet is. Okay, so we've got where they live and their names for each of these households and who they live with. Let's see. So Birdie Marr, Francis Emerson, there's Renard Feld. He's one of our suspects. Clements, Matthew Clark, Andrew Clements, Matthew Clark, Jesse Davies, Ambrose Wilson. All right, so various families. Maybe this will be relevant to us at some point. We'll come back to it. Next document is another report from the police files on the 18th of September. So this is the evening before the bodies are discovered. So the police have gone out for witnesses, and they found an eyewitness, Mary Parkinson, who reports about events on the evening of 18 September 1892 at 11:45 p.m. What a terrible night it was. I saw a man slink away from Albert Dock before the bodies had been discovered. Well, it must have been just after they'd been killed, surely. At first, I thought he looked like any other man. Average build, average height, I'd say around 5'5" if I'm being pushed, but my eyesight is no good these days. Of course, it was dusk, so I couldn't see much. A darkish head of hair, perhaps. I thought it might just be a worker returning home. It was only when I awoke the next morning and learned of the murders, I thought the man could be connected. When I slept that night, I dreamed of the vampire of Albert Dock. I could see him more clearly. Sharp teeth, clawed hands, and eyes like balls of fire jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Terrified me. Okay, so we've got a witness statement. I'm just going to write that down on our timeline card. That September 18th, 11:45 p.m. Witness sees man leaving. Albert Dock. She's got bad eyesight, and it's dusk where she can barely see. So I don't think you can trust any of the description, but she says 5'5", average. Okay, I think most of the details are probably not that reliable, but the timeline of seeing someone leaving seems reliable. She assumes right after the murder, but we have no reason to believe that. Now, what is this? It's a photograph. We've got a date on it, but I don't know if we should trust that. Looks like it might be chloroform. Dr. J. Collis Brown, chlorodyne for influenza. I wonder. It's not chloroform, chlorodyne. Influenza, cold, coughs, asthma, bronchitis. It's like one of these cure-alls. It's an empty bottle. All right, so we're going to learn about where this photo was taken, and maybe we'll learn about what it is, what it does. If not, we'll look it up on our own. And then here's a postcard. Merseyside Maritime Museum. The smuggling trade thrived in the 18th and 19th centuries due to the high taxes on imported goods. Luxury items such as tea, brandy, tobacco, wine, gin, and jewelry were in high demand. Vessel in Liverpool Bay by Robert Carter, 1874. Okay, so we don't know why we have this. It's a small little postcard. It looks modern. It's got a modern art painting. Looks like maybe an oil painting of sailboats, very nondescript. So this is clearly, I mean, we don't know why we've got this. We don't know what it has to do with anything. It's possible that it's just for flavor in this game and it's not actually going to be referred to and used, and they're just giving a postcard for you to use to send to your friends. Liverpool Bay, it may just be a little flavor of Liverpool, but we'll see. We'll see if it comes back in our case. However, next up is another police report from 17 September. So we're going back. Now here's 2 days before the bodies were discovered. We've got a burglary report. 24 Lime Close, Foxteth. Lime Close. It's a street in Foxteth, whatever that means. Maybe just a neighborhood. All right, let's see what this police report says. I beg to report that the following are the particulars respecting the burglary of 24 Lime Close, Foxteth, on the evening of 17th September 1892. 10 p.m., the head of household at 24 Lime Close, Foxteth, a Mr. Sterling Ashdown, approached P864, this is like a patrol officer, 864, to relay that his house had been burgled that evening. He said a number of his valuables had been stolen, including a solid gold wristwatch, his wife's diamond necklace, a sketch purportedly attributed to John Constable, and a scarab beetle amulet from Mr. Ashdown's recent travels to Egypt. Okay, so this is the robbery of one of our victims' house 2 days before his murder, and one of our suspects is going to be the person who committed that. Mr. Ashdown said that he had previously been targeted by a thief, but managed to chase him off some 3 months ago. He said the thief was slight, red-haired and pockmarked. Mr. Ashdown brought a scrap of the thief's clothing left behind at the scene for the police's investigation. The scrap was dark green with a blood stain, caught on a broken pane of glass from where the thief gained entry to the house. Okay, pockmarked, this red-haired, that's surely our suspect. So whether they catch him this time or not, we know who that is. One of our suspects. I forget which one. Well, let's not worry about it. We know it's one of our suspects. All right. Next up. So is that thief looking for something and they had to go to the dock to search the dock offices to get it? Okay, we have a telegraph here. Handed in at the Hanover Street station at 4:16 p.m. and then received at the other end of the telegraph at 4:52 p.m. Oh, this is Foxteth. So, handed in Hanover Street arrives at Foxteth September 11, so a week before our murders. To S&B, bad weather on the horizon, avoid Albert Dock. Meet next week instead at usual time for celebrations. S&B. We don't know who those people are, but we have a census and we have suspects, so we could try to figure out who S&B is, but we have no idea why. Like, it's just mentioning Albert Dock. That doesn't seem to tie it to our case in any way until we hear better. Benjamin, Edgar, and Sterling. So those aren't the names of our initials of our victims. Benjamin and Sterling. You're right. S and B. Sterling and Benjamin. And E. Okay, good catch. I don't know why I ruled them out. Yes. Okay, so these are the three initials of our brothers. Edgar, Sterling, Benjamin. And Benjamin is the one who's shot by the door. Okay. I gotta be careful. I'm saying some stupid things sometimes. Okay, those are the three initials of our brothers. All right, and then we've got the cigarettes made by the Ashdown brothers. I guess what, you make a cigarette and you just put a famous person on the packet that helps sell it. Shakespeare, Henry VIII, and Elizabeth I. Anything on the back of these? Yes. What have we got? That's their little logo. Ashdown Limited, Liverpool cigarettes. Okay. Doesn't seem all that useful to us. All right, here's another police report. 18 of September, so the day before the body's found, 3:24 p.m. They've got another eyewitness, Gerard Bell. You're looking for the spotty redhead, the fellow in question? Yeah, he came into the shop that day, right paranoid, looking over his shoulder every 5 minutes, covered in blood, green shirt in tatters and all. What a state. I ain't never seen him before. We can be known to offer low valuations for items, so we're not everyone's first choice. Makes me wonder if there's a reason why he wasn't going to Uncle Pete on Lime Street. He always does a great deal, though Pete don't take kindly to unreliable repayers, which I half expected this fella to be. Anyway, he gives us a diamond necklace and a gold wristwatch, which I could tell right away were the real deal. Didn't ask any questions, of course. He'd wrapped them up in a bit of paper, and when he unfolded it, I saw it was a constable. Or looked like one, anyway. Don't think the fellow even knew. I took that as well and gave him a tidy sum for the whole lot. He also tried to get us to take a jeweled beetle, but it wasn't the sort of thing we usually deal in, so I said no. This fellow was happy enough without. Ran out screaming, "This is all for my sweet Lamia," whatever that means. All right, so this is a pawn shop, and we're told that the guy who broke into the house of the Ashdown has gone there to pawn stuff. It matches what he said was stolen. Now, what's this part about? He wrapped them up in a bit of paper, and when he unfolded it, I saw it was a constable, or it looked like one. I don't think the fellow even knew. I'm not really sure I understand that. Is he saying like the newspaper was a constable newspaper? That was the stolen sketch. Oh, constable was the sketch. Yes, okay. And the pawn shop guy is saying this guy didn't even realize he wrapped up the stolen stuff in a famous artist's sketch that was reported missing. Okay, and then he mentions Lamia, which we know is someone. Okay, so here's the... If we go back a bit, there's the report of this. No, that's the guy, Albert Dock, leaving. And then we've got the... Let's find our... Here's our thief. Here's our pockmarked thief who's been arrested for burglary. Leopold Parker. And then here's our report of the robbery by Ashdown. He tells us where he lives, so now we know where they live. Lime Close in Foxdeath. And he says what got stolen is the necklace, the gold watch, and a sketch reportedly attributed to John Constable, and the scarab beetle amulet. So here is the pawn shop owner confirming that he tried to sell all that stuff. He says he's covered in blood, but he's covered in blood because he cut himself on the window pane escaping. And then he says it was a constable. That's the sketch that was stolen. Okay, now the Lamia part, we know about that too, don't we? Is that from the census that we know about the Lamia? Where am I remembering that we definitely heard that name? It's not from the census. Where did we hear that name? It was in the newspaper, says the channel. It was in the newspaper, huh? Oh, it was in the newspaper. It's the horse racing. Huh, I see. Anyone who backed My Sweet Lamia at yesterday's fixture will be counting their lucky stars. This is September 19. So the day before, this guy is running out of the pawn shop with money that says, "This is all for my sweet Lamia." So this guy was going to bet it all on the horses. He was going to win 60 to 1. This guy is going to be rich now, this burglar. All right. Next up, we have what? It's like a diary entry, but we're not told where this came from. Just randomly in here. 12th September, at the start of this year, I had everything, a family of my own. How fast the world comes crashing down. 15th September, everyone has been to the house in the past few days. Brothers can't replace my husband, but at least I have them to help me take care of my son. 19th September, the world has gone mad. All this panic in the papers and in the streets, and I don't have anyone to talk to about it. This may be the diary that was recently found, because they seem to be talking about our vampire murders. I managed to visit Ma and Pa in the afternoon. They relayed to me the story that William told them. He'd been there at the show with Tommy. Still no news about Charlie. We might be able to find this person in the census. 20 September, constables came around. They'd been asking questions to everyone on the whole street. When they saw it was just me and the little one, they didn't stay for long. 22nd September, the vampire of Albert Dock. It's impossible to go anywhere without hearing those words. I've lost people in the city. Most people in the city can read the papers, share their stories, whisper those words. They don't have to lay awake at night worrying if they know the person everyone is calling a monster. 25th September, I found out today vampires are buried in the ground with a stake through their heart. They'll be laid face downward in the earth in case they reawaken and try to dig their way out. Whoa, that's creepy. This way the vampire starts digging down toward hell instead of to the surface. Okay, so this is the diary that was found in modern day. This is going to be the diary that's found in modern day. The attic of a Liverpool property. So I don't think we're told about the address of this property, but it feels like we can figure it out based on the census. That's the little puzzle here, right? So this person is on the street where they think, let's see, Jonathan has already figured it out. Jonathan says, one of the suspects was Charlie Emerson, who disappeared with his brother. This might relate to the play ticket we saw. Okay, let me go back. I'll go to the play ticket in a second. But let's just do this first. Nothing on the back is... Okay, let's just do this first. So here's a person who thinks they might know the killer, the vampire. And she says, everyone has been to the house. Brothers can't replace my husband. At least I have them to help me. The world's gone mad. I visited Ma and Pa. They told me the story that William told them. He'd been at the show with Tommy. Still no news about Charlie. And then she says, it was just me and the little one. They didn't stay long. Okay, so first, Jonathan says we've got a suspect. Maybe I'll bring out my suspects and keep them separately. Okay, so we've got Charles Emerson. Charles Emerson. Stopped showing up for work. His whereabouts are unknown. Okay, Emerson has disappeared. And sounds like this woman is saying he's gone missing and wants to know where he is. Now, let's take a look at our census here. So there's our family, the Emersons. All right, so there they are. And what we've got here is Francis Emerson is the head of the household, married to Cecilia. And then we've got a son, John Emerson, a daughter, Hattie Emerson, and then living with them is Charles Emerson. Charles Emerson, who's 28 and a dock laborer, which matches our Charles Emerson here, 29 years old. Charles Emerson. Okay, so that's going to be Charles. Now, daughter, brother, son. I'm a little bit confused about who's writing this diary, though, because she's saying her husband is Charles. I had everything, a family I own. Is this Hattie? Everyone in the house, brothers can't replace my husband. Everyone has been in the house. Brothers can't replace my husband. I managed to visit Ma and Pa in the afternoon. They told the story that William told them. Still no news about Charlie. Is there another family? Charles is the brother of the head of the family. What is the relation here? And she's there with the little one who's 2. Okay, so that's clearly her baby is John Emerson that she's alone with. So it must be that this is Cecilia, the wife. Oh, Hattie's the daughter. There we go. So it must be that Hattie is married to Charles. I mean, they're all similar age. Francis, Charles, brother, daughter. There's something weird going on here. Mark, relation to the head of the family. She's the daughter of Francis. And she's married to his brother? I don't understand that. Okay, well, okay, so clearly daughter is not the right idea here, right? Because the head of the family's 31 and it's listing the daughter as, I guess it's not 20 something, it's some miscellaneous age. But I don't really. Is she not listed? Is that the problem? Something's clearly there's something I'm misunderstanding. I mean, this 2-year-old is clearly the one that she's alone with. What does the channel think here? It's saying 2 months for Hattie's baby. 2 months. There's something I'm still not getting here. Okay, so Hattie is a 2-month-old daughter. Okay, you're right. It does say 2 months. So Hattie's 2 months. The son is 2 years. Okay, mother and father have a 2-year-old and a 2-month-old and a brother. Okay, that's fine. So the part that's confusing us then is this discussion of Charles being missing and the husband being missing. That's the part that I'm not getting, because the husband is named Francis. So she has everything. This must be the wife, right? This must be the Emerson wife, whose name is Cecilia. Okay, so if this is Cecilia, let's see if we can make sense of this now. She has everything. She's brothers can't replace my husband. The world has gone mad. Okay, so, but she's married to Francis, if this is Cecilia. She visited Ma and Pa. They relayed to me the story of William. We don't know who those are. Still no news about Charlie, who's the brother. Can't replace a husband. And now she's talking about Charlie being gone. So maybe her husband's gone and her brother-in-law? So that's the part that's confusing. She says, brothers can't replace my husband, but at least I have them to help. So if this is indeed Francis Emerson, his wife Cecilia, she's talking about someone, no one can replace my husband Francis, but then she's also saying Charles is gone. Unless, I mean, this is a year old, but yeah, I mean, these people are, the brother Charles is single, so, and it's not her brother, it would be her brother-in-law. All right, well, we'll try to reload, we'll try to narrow it down a little bit later. John says, I think Cecilia must be the diary writer. I think Francis must have died or gone missing, and Charles is a brother-in-law who's missing. That's sort of what I'm reading it as. It's just a little weird of a coincidence that we got two missing men in that family. And she doesn't say why she suspects that she's living with the vampire. Right? She says they're asking questions when they saw it's just me and the little one. So her whole family is gone. The father is gone, and her husband's gone, and her brother is gone. She's just there alone now. That's what it sounds like. And then where is the... She has no one to talk about it with. They told me the story of that William told them. We don't know who that is. Still no news about Charles. They don't have to lay awake at night worrying if they know the person everyone is calling a monster. So she says she knows them, not that they're living in the house. So maybe she thinks it's the brother that ran away or the husband. All right, we'll have to deal with that later. We'll return to that later. Here's a poster for the Ruthven Line, the greatest steamship in the world. That's hard to believe that was the greatest steamship in the world, but 6 days across the Atlantic, New York, Boston, Liverpool, sailing every Wednesday. On the back. Okay, let's look at our next police report here. Another eyewitness from the night of the murder. Okay, on the evenings of 21st August, 28th August, and 4th September, so not on the night of the murder, it's several weeks before. 21st, 28th, and 4th of September. Okay, Susan Chambers, let's see what she says. Did I see anything in Albert Dock on the night of 18th September? No. I was at home, as my cat Whiskers was poorly. But I'll tell you what I did see. 3 weeks straight, I saw two lads skulking around a warehouse on the corner of Great Charlotte Street and Elliott Street, transporting some goods by the look of it. Though it was clear they didn't want anyone to see them. Very dodgy, I thought. The lads looked very similar, except one of them had a great big serpent tattoo on his arm. So the week after, The 11th of September came around. I expected to see them again. Nope, didn't see a thing. Of course, another week after that, there were those murders. What do you think, constables? Okay, so it sounds like she's talking about brothers doing some skullduggery transport of materials, maybe illegally transporting, import, export, avoiding taxes. I don't know. But sounds like she thinks they're brothers, like they look the same. One has a big serpent tattoo. Have we heard about the serpent tattoo? They didn't show up on 11th September. Chat is saying something weird. This letter links to the Telegraph where they changed plans for the weather. Where is that Telegraph? Boy, that's past my memory. Let me see where our Telegraph is. The Telegraph, bad weather. I don't know how. I guess it is for the 11th. So that's why Jamie said that this is about the 11th. On 11th September, I expected to see them again, but I didn't hear a thing. So it sounds like Jamie is thinking that this is confirmation that it's the brothers. She is talking about two men, though, one with the tattoo. So that would be the two other brothers, maybe. Okay, well, we can come back to that. Now we've got this. No sign of where this was found, what this is, when, where, and when, but it does seem to match up with this. So we've got, it looks like one of these, we've got a partial information about how this code works. It may just be a matter of experimenting, like if this is the there's 26 possible combinations here. If you had to guess, I mean, UK, probably not that. So I don't know, we'll come back to this. It won't be hard to decode. I'll just put this off to the side when we're ready. Didn't one of the reports say it was found on one of the victims? Yes, you're right. We did see, we were told that there was a message found, that encrypted message was found somewhere. Do you remember if it was in the newspaper or one of the police reports? You're right, though. We were told that messages were found on the body. I can't remember. And Jonathan Warner remembers that Charles Emerson had a snake tattoo. Well, I don't remember that, but that is a very important memory. That would seem to tie him to it. I'm going to put a little to-do list. Who had serpent? All right, well, I guess before we do that, let's just look at that. So Charles Emerson, who's high up in our suspect list, Jonathan says he's the person with the tattoo of a snake on his left arm. Okay. Oh, he's doing good work here. So if we look at this again, is that consistent with her? What does she say? They look similar, except one of them had a great big serpent tattoo on his arm. It sounds like we might be learning that Charles Emerson... I wonder if Charles Emerson is related to the brothers. But this certainly seems like it is Charles Emerson. Charles Emerson, and then September 11 report. So who was he with then, the question would be? If one of them is Charles Emerson, is the other one the father? Is that what it is? Or not the father, the brother from the census? Like, she's missing our girl doing the diary. She's missing her father, her husband, and Charles. So I wonder if what we're looking at here is Francis and his brother Charles. I wonder if, are they both dock workers? Francis is a dock laborer. Charles is a dock laborer. I think what we're hearing here is this is going to be Francis and Charles Emerson. I think that's what it's going to be. And I think they've both gone missing. So I think that this is about not the brothers on September 11, but Francis and Charles. And a very interesting observation in the chat that the E in the telegram might not be from the E brother, but might be from Emerson. That's an interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. Huh. All right, well, we don't have to solve it now, but very interesting. Okay, and then the chat also is saying, Valley was saying, I think it was in the police reports that we heard about the encrypted message. Does seem like that encrypted message might shed light on our case. Do we want to solve it now? All right, let's remind ourselves where it was found, because that's kind of important. The bodies are found, deep puncture wounds, parts of their clothing stripped and torn, scratches. Nothing of note except that of Benjamin Ashdown, who had genital. Okay, where is the note? Edgar Ashdown had a piece of paper stuffed into his pocket that contained only symbols. Okay, Edgar Ashdown in his pocket. So let's make a note of that. Okay, so symbols, paper, Edgar Ashdown pocket. Okay, and Edgar is the one sitting at the table killed. All right, so now let's work on this a little bit, and then we'll take a break. So I think that what we're going to find is that the easiest way for us to solve this would be with a little sheet of paper, actually. Be nice to have a piece of paper. Okay, so you know what? We're going to put this off until I get a piece of paper. I'll make a copy of it and everything. That'll be easier for us to do. Let's do this then while we wait in that. So we've got a thing, but we don't know where this comes from. Surely we need to wait till someone tells us why it's in our report before we start trying to make sense of it. Let's skip that for now. Let's go here. So it looks like we've got a modern genealogy family tree that someone is searching for. Okay, there's the Emersons. I think we're right to focus in on the Emersons. Okay, well, there's our people. There's Francis. married to Cecilia. Those are the people that our census, that we've been studying in our census in this little house. And we think Charles and Francis may be the people doing illegal stuff on the dock. Okay, so there's the brother Charles and Francis. These are the two people I think that our witness saw working the docks every week. Okay, he marries Cecilia, John Emerson, and Hattie. Okay, so Hattie is the girl that dies. She only lives for 1 year. But John Emerson grows up after this. So we only 1892 was our murders. He lived a full life. She died that year. In the census, it was Hattie that was 2 months old. Hattie was only 2 months old. Okay, so she's going to end up dying. She doesn't live that long. But John, who's only 2 years old at the time of the murder, grows up and has a whole family. And look who he's related to, Elsie Cuthbert. He's related to Elsie Cuthbert? She's the woman who... Oh, Elsie Cuthbert, the previous owner, died. Okay, so I thought that was the new owner. Okay, so look, it's the Emerson family. Francis is the diary... I'm sorry, Cecilia is the diary writer. She's married to Francis and he's got a brother, Charles. The two of them go missing right before either he's died and this one's gone missing. She's writing in her diary about Charles being missing and her husband's gone or dead. We're not sure. At the time, she's got a 2-month-old and a 2-year-old. The 2-month-old is going to die soon after she's writing in her diary. She thinks she may know the vampire. I think she's either talking about her husband or the brother who's gone missing. That house passes down and down and down. Elsie Cuthbert eventually dies, and the new owner finds Cecilia's diary. That's us stringing together the pieces of the puzzle to figure out to confirm what we thought, which is it's Cecilia's diary. Done. Now, Jonathan observes something else. Jonathan says, it looks like Tommy and William she mentioned are her biological brothers, and the theater ticket is related to her. Okay, so the reason that Jonathan is saying that is because here is Cecilia's family. Here's Cecilia's brothers, Tommy and William. So if you look at her diary, which we might want to keep out, since it seems to come up quite a bit. Where is her diary? So in her diary, she talks about the importance of having brothers. She said they relate to me the story that William told them. He'd been there at the show with Tommy. So still no news about Charlie. So Cecilia's writing in her diary that her husband's dead or missing. No news about Charlie. He's missing. That's what's leaving her alone in the house with her kids. And then she says she's telling us about visiting her parents and Tommy telling a story about William. Jamie says, Cecilia mentions William and Tommy as brothers. Both Francis and Tommy died in 1892. Okay, so good catch that Francis did indeed die. So I keep saying dead or missing, but he's clearly died. Charles actually from this did not die and lived for 7 more years. But that, we don't know his story. At the time of the diary and the killings, he was missing, but he's obviously didn't die. And yes, Tommy is dead. William lives quite a bit longer. Cecilia lived 4 more years, or 1892, she lived 13 more years. Okay. And then we've got things that seem out of place. Mapping the mouth to hell. Jack the Ripper knew very well Whitechapel is on the road to hell. Paradise droops down, just so we're clear. And St. George's Hall is not in, but near. St. John and St. George can't keep us at bay. Don't be afraid, just do what we say. We 3 demons, we're fire at the helm. We even have a church in our realm. Go against us, you just wouldn't dare. We've also got the queen in our hair. You'll find out the rest from an unlikely source. There's more to racing than a jockey and a horse. Excuse me. All right, we're back. So I had a psychological reaction to this little riddle about where the mouth of hell is. It seems like it's giving us a location on our map, I think. The mouth to hell, Whitechapel is on the road to hell, Paradise droops down, St. George's Hall is not in but near. So I think this is going to be a map puzzle related to this, if I had to guess. We'll come back to that. But Valley was making an interesting point about the family tree, maiden name, and census. All right, let's see if I can understand what was being said here. So we've identified our people of interest. The diary writer is Cecilia. She's got Thomas and William as brothers. She visited her family. And Valley was saying her maiden name is Clark. Are the Clarks in our census? Do they live on this street? That's the question. And in fact, you were absolutely right. This feels like this channel chat is firing on all cylinders tonight. So here's our Cecilia Emerson, née Clark, and here's her Clark family living on the same street. So when she fears that she may know the vampire, she could very well be talking about one of her brothers. So here's Thomas and William Clark, the brothers, her mother and father, Matthew and Victoria, and then Ada Clark is what? Daughter-in-law. daughter-in-law, Ada Clark, meaning the wife of one of the brothers. The wife of Thomas or William, but we don't know which one. And then if we look at the Clarks, what have we got here? Bricklayer, dock laborer, Thomas. Thomas is a dock laborer. Ada is Thomas's wife, says Jamie, and the reason we know that is because of this. There's Ada right there, the wife of Thomas, who died in 1892. But was he dead at the time of these murders on September 18? We don't know, right? All we know is that in her diary, she mentions... So this is the day when the bodies are discovered. They relate to me the story that William told them. He'd been there at the show with Tommy. So that's the significance of the ticket. It tells us possibly that he was still alive at that time and gives them perhaps an alibi. 9 p.m. on the 18th of September. So what we know is that Tommy and William were alive and at this show at 9 p.m. So if we can track the murder down to 9 p.m., that might be an alibi for William and Tommy. That sounds like maybe our alibi. Why this is significant, because it may be an alibi. All right, let's keep the census and the diary nearby. It seems like we're going to need that. And the family thing. Okay, this, I'm not going to open this yet till we find out some mention of it. I do think it's interesting that it's not infrequent that we get these cold case files where these documents are out of order and you're like, why is this document here? Who does it even relate to? Like this, right? But I think that's thematically reasonable, right? I mean, we're reopening a case that's 100 years old. So it all got jumbled up and there's just a police file with stuff and not all of it is clear where it came from. So it's reasonable that part of the puzzle is figuring out how these documents are related. Okay, here we have a telegraph. 3rd of September, 1892, a week before our murders. Bertie White, 139 West 23rd Street in Manhattan. This is one of our suspects. Geraldine dead. Funeral on 22nd September. Edgar. Now, we're told that Geraldine, the wife of one of our people, committed suicide. And now Bertie is one of our suspects. Is Bertie not one of our... Yeah, Bertie is one of our suspects. Bertie White. That's the rich person who lives in Manhattan. So Edgar is writing to Bertie saying that Geraldine is dead. Why am I drawing a blank on who Geraldine? Oh, that's the brothers. That's the brother. So one of our victims, Edgar Ashdown, his wife committed suicide. So he's writing to one of our victims is writing to one of our suspects, saying that Geraldine is dead. But is Geraldine Birdie's wife? Oh, Birdie's sister. That's okay. Now it's making sense. Now it's coming back to me. Okay. So Geraldine is married to Edgar, one of our victims, and is the sister of Birdie White. So Edgar is writing to Birdie saying, your sister's dead. Sorry. And he's writing to him 2 weeks before the victim's killed. If Birdie left the next day, he could have made it there by the 10th because the poster says the trip takes 6 days. Okay, that's good. That's a good catch. That our poster for the ship, which travels between New York and Liverpool, takes 6 days. So Jonathan is pointing out that that would give him time if the telegram gets there on the 3rd of September and it leaves every Wednesday. Do we know what day of the week this is? Either way, you could get there in time. You could get there in time, though, right? Because 3rd of September, the murders aren't till the 18th. So even if it took you a full week to the 10th, 6 days later is the 16th. You still get there in time. So no matter how you cut it, this is not an alibi. He could have gotten here in time. Okay, let's do... Oh, I was supposed to do this. I completely forgot. Well, what I wanted to do for us is make it easier to decode the first 2 letters. All right, we'll keep putting this off. Check the date on the newspaper to get day of the week. It really doesn't matter. We had time to get there. All right, let's take a look at this. What is this? This looks like the writings of a madman. I am here to do your bidding, master. It all started when I discovered my patient had venereal disease. That's one of our brothers had venereal disease. Felt compelled to drink his blood. Then I was transformed. Feed and feed and feed. The blood is the key. I don't want any souls. The blood is the life. Finally, I have my kitty. The blood is the life. I will be rewarded. Strength and vitality. Life is strong. Life gives life. Give life to me. Lies to spiders, to sparrows, to kitten. Okay, and he's got a bunch of numbers here. Some crossed out stuff. The 8 kitten. Wow, how weird. And look, blood spattered. Patient, Bernard Feld, admitted sometime in September. He's got esophagus maniac. That's his disease. Lufagus maniac. All right, let's take a look at what he's written about Ronald Fell. This is our doctor, remember, who bit someone and went crazy. All right, so lived in Crosshall Street in Liverpool. This isn't our same street, is it? Crosshall Street. 6 Great Crosshall Street. Okay, but that's not on our list here. Cause of insanity, exciting. Whether epileptic, no. Suicidal, strong desire to prolong life eternally. He has great strength and can often take 4 or 5 men to contain him. Admitted for trying to draw blood from members of the public. So we could have a situation where one person killed these brothers and the crazy person stumbled on them and tried to take their blood, but is not the killer. That's an interesting possibility. No children. They can read and write. Morbidly excitable, paranoid and manic. Refuses to wash, catches insects. Destructive, refuses to eat food, sleeps only in the day, has pale complexion, thin, wide eyes, sanguine temperament, good digestive system. In the first, let's read this. In the first few days, the patient was content with collecting flies. He refuses to eat. However, on occasion, I witnessed the patient eating a fly. On the 4th day, the patient found a spider. Sometime later, a nurse reported seeing the patient with a sparrow. This is vampire vibes here. Patient had to be forcefully restrained on numerous occasions. 30 September. Today, we found the patient with a kitten. Unsure where he got it, but staff had to take it from him. Patient put up a great fight. He was more like a wild beast than a man. Then patient fell in a long period of gloom once the kitten had been removed from him. Staff also found a note with his scribblings. Okay, this is very creepy. That's the note they found. And then here's the medical notes. Patient was respectable doctor for many years before admission. He was unmarried and lived alone. He told doctors he had consumed the blood of one of his patients in the week before his admission, which seems to be the cause of his distress. Unable to ascertain whether this was intentional or accidental, the cause of admission, patient entered an opium establishment, of which he was believed to be a frequent visitor, bit the arm of another visitor, and drew blood. However, the incident took place before the patient had consumed opium, and the compulsion was believed to be down to the patient's mania and not the drug. So this is the doctor, Robert Feld, who we're told bit one of the brothers, right? And that's why he's even a suspect. And has he gone crazy because he bit the brother that had the venereal disease? Take a look at Robert Feld again. So here's his relationship to the victim. He was Benjamin Ashdown's former doctor. And then Renard, in the first week of September, had some mania and bit his patient. So Renard has gone crazy, thinks he's in league with Dracula, is eating flies just like the guy who worked for Dracula. What was his name? I can't remember. So he's kind of gone crazy and he believes he's a vampire. And we don't know the significance of this. Huh. We don't know what this is about yet. Or this. Alright, well, let's put this aside. We'll come back to it. Renfield, yes. Renfield was the one in Bram Stoker's Dracula that is eating flies in jail. Alright, so we have we have race results, and they're using the code. And there's our Coradine thing. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So, race results from previous days, from the 21st of August up through the 11th of September, which seems to be a significant date in this case, but we don't know why. On the 28th of August, you've never seen hens like this before. Weather conditions. Okay, so there are weather conditions. There are weather conditions for races. First, second, and third place, but then collect your feathers at Albert Dock at 11:25 p.m. Deposit any takings at this encrypted information. Best of luck to all our betters. And here we have another one. Same code, same exact message, different winners. Weather conditions burning up. Weather conditions fiery hot. No foul play here. It's all puns on birds. Weather conditions positively flaming. It's all hot. Weather conditions are described as hot. Collect your feathers. Same code. Collect your feathers. Deposit any takings. Same code. It's always 11:25 p.m. at Albert Dock. The weather conditions are always some form of super hot, positively flaming, blistering, fiery hot, burning up. How strange. I mean, they seem to be some sort of secret message, secret stuff going on. Where is our telegram? Not this telegram. I want to look at the other telegram because the other telegram mentions the weather too. Now I'm wondering if it's not speaking in some sort of code. Bad weather. Avoid Albert Dock. And here we have weather conditions. Now, are these matching the days when our witness always sees someone and expected to see someone at 11 September? It is, right? Because she sees them the same day every week. What's that one? Here she says 21st August, 28 August, 4 September. 21st, 28th, 4 September. So our witness says she sees someone and she always sees them transporting goods. Three weeks straight, skulking around the warehouse. I guess at 11:30 p.m. And here is instructions to meet to collect your feathers at that warehouse on those days at 11:30 p.m. So there they are. That's where these two people are meeting. What's really going on here? No foul play, best of cluck. Liverpool poultry race results. How strange. Well, we will be able to decode this. And right, and we know who one of the two people being seen here at the dock are, but we suspect we know both of them, which is the Emersons. Well, at least one of them. All right, so that's that. Let's put these together. Now, there is another newspaper clipping here. What is this? So now we're going to learn about this. Safeguard your health with Dr. J. Collis Brown's Chlorodyne. Made from chloroform, morphine, cannabis, and laudanum, that's the thing that knocks you out a bit. Able to treat maladies such as coughs, colds, consumptions, diphtheria, and epilepsy, it's a patent medicine with a worldwide reputation, a true palliative in asthma, bronchitis, gout, toothache, rheumatism. There's no substitute. Relieve pain, improve diarrhea, cure insomnia. Yeah, right. Okay, so we still don't know where this bottle is found, but we know it is basically chloroform related. So this is connected with my theory that these people weren't killed by the puncture wounds, but were drugged out and fell asleep at this table where they were killed. All right, let's keep these two together. Maybe we're going to hear a little bit more about that. I'm going to reorganize my notes here a little bit. Keep these faced up. Maybe we should organize them a bit better. Okay. Let's keep going. So we still have decoding. It's almost time for us to decode that message. Should we place the page of symbols in decoder with the poultry races? Yeah, let's try to organize poultry with that. All right, so these are all together. We are going to decode this very soon. Very soon. Well, let's take a look at the rest first. It's another police file. Maybe it's time to keep all the police files together. Here's another witness at 10:50 p.m. I'll admit, oh, this is Mr. Peacock. I'll admit I'm a frequent visitor of the Lotus Parlor. I partake in smoking the pipe during my visits. It's a habit for gentlemen and paupers alike, and there can be some unsavory characters at times. That man was no exception, with a wound on his arm that had started to weep and pus, and appeared to me like he had recently come into some money. This could be our thief who got injured escaping in the glass and won a lot on the horse race he's talking about. Although, yeah, because the robbery wasn't that night, I don't think. He was spouting a lot of nonsense about his sweet Lamia and how she had blessed him that evening. He pulled out a talisman, a scarab beetle of sorts. Yeah, this is our thief who just won a lot of money at the horse race, and his wound from the breaking in he's not taken care of. He pulled out a talisman, a scarab beetle of sorts, started to show his neighboring patrons, telling them how much of a lucky charm it had been for him. That was until the beetle inexplicably started to glow a bright green color and emit a foul smell. The man shrieked like I've never heard a man shriek before. He threw the beetle to the other side of the room and cowered into a cushion. Within a short while, he succumbed to the poppy and fell into a stupor. He remained at the establishment all throughout the night and well into the next morning until the police constables found him. So the stolen scarab, this guy says, turned a bright green color and emitted a foul smell? Should we consider the possibility that there's some real supernatural going on in this case, or is this guy hallucinating because of the opium? He's talking about going to this opium den. Or is there some non-supernatural explanation to this scarab turning green and emitting a weird smell? That is very strange. All right, I'm going to collect our telegrams and police reports. See if we can organize our material a little bit better. What an interesting case we've got here. Telegrams separate from police reports. Okay. All right, what have we got next? The mouth the hell needs feeding, my child. Okay, so this matches the idea that these are all going to be a puzzle. That this is going to tell us, this is a riddle telling us this relationship, and we're going to put this down to match it, and then that will get us a specific location that this riddle is alluding to. And that will help us answer one of our explicit questions. Where and what is the mouth to hell? Okay, so those are all related to that. We'll deal with that later. Now, the day after the last meetup at the dock, that we saw the telegram about bad weather, here is an article. Smuggling operation thwarted at Albert Dock. A daring attempt to smuggle tobacco into the country was foiled yesterday evening at Albert Dock, week before the murder, resulting in the death of one miscreant and the escape of another. Acting on an anonymous tip, customs officers lay in wait for the arrival of a suspicious vessel in the late hours of the night. As two men began unloading crates from the ship, officers moved in to apprehend them. Well, you know who's going to get killed here, right? This is going to be one of the Emersons, the husband of Cecilia. Okay, so as the two men began unloading crates, officers moved in to apprehend them. In the ensuing chaos, one of the culprits managed to flee into the night. That's going to be Charles, who's run away, while his accomplice, upon attempting to escape, was fatally shot by a customs officer. Police have long suspected a smuggling operation to be taking place on the Liverpool docks. Last night proved their suspicions correct. The deceased, whose identity remains unknown, but it's going to be Francis Emerson, Cecilia's husband, was carrying documents suggesting the involvement of a larger criminal enterprise. So it's I think it's becoming a little bit clear now that probably the brothers are importing this illegal tobacco and using it in their cigarettes. And the two dock workers who are showing up to unload it are Charles and Francis Emerson, one of which, Francis, gets killed. The other, Charles, the brother, has run off, and Cecilia is our diary writer. Okay. suggesting the involvement of a larger criminal enterprise. Inspector James Thornton of the Liverpool City Police stated, "We believe these men were merely pawns in a much grander scheme. The quantity of tobacco recovered indicates an operation of considerable scale." I think these are all they're organized, these illegal import export, like they need people to show up to unload the tobacco, and this is all burning up. Maybe this is all references to tobacco. All right, let's keep going. "We believe these men were merely pawns in a much grander scheme. The quantity of tobacco indicates an operation of considerable scale. Customs Office reminds citizens the evasion of import duties is a serious offense that deprives Her Majesty's Treasury of much-needed revenue. As investigations continue, law-abiding merchants can rest assured officials remain vigilant in their efforts to stamp out such illegal activities plaguing our fair port." Okay, let's keep these all together under the heading of newspaper articles. All right, the picture is starting to come into a little bit of focus, but not 100%. Maybe I'll put their cigarettes with this too. All right, we've got another police report. Let's take a look at this. Holly Smithson, blood on this, so the date and time is not clear. "My husband and I look forward to the pantomime every year. Of course, I'm getting older now, and I did fall asleep through most of it. It was about a boy eating beans with a cow, or giving beans to a cow, or did he give the cow away?" This is talking about the Jack in the Beanstalk play. No doubt about it. "Towards the end of the show, these louts started shouting. Even the performance stopped to see what was happening. The man had too much to drink, that's for certain. The husband shouting at the wife, and the wife screaming back at him. I think there was another fella trying to calm the pair down, but they weren't taking much notice. He said she'd been seeing another man on the side. She said the husband didn't love her no more. He said she'd caught something off this fella, and now they were both gonna die from the pox. Oh, she was saying it wasn't true, but he said he was gonna kill the man. Someone had summoned the constables, and the two were carted off sometime after to spend the night in the cells. What's with all these gin drinkers nowadays, eh? There must be something in the water." Okay, this is actually filled with useful clues, right? Because what's happening here is that, first of all, it's giving us an alibi. He's talking about the pantomime, which would be is like a play. I think pantomime has a more specific, narrow term of like, it's for kids. There's like Christmas pantomimes, and sometimes the audience is yelling out at the things. Maybe someone can fill me in detail. But okay, what she's saying is that these two that showed up, and we know at least two of the people are Cecilia Emerson's brother, William, and Tommy. And what we're being told here is that they get into a fight about a matter that's important to us, but they both get taken to jail. So it seems like their alibi. But I believe what we're hearing about here is one of the brothers accusing Ada. It sounds like Thomas is accusing Ada of having an affair with someone with venereal disease, which we know is one of our victims. And it sounds like maybe Thomas Clark is accusing Ada of sleeping with one of our victims' brothers who has venereal disease. So I'm going to make a note here so I don't forget. So there's two things. One is motive, and he's saying he's going to kill him, but the other is alibi. Like, it feels like whoever is threatening to kill him couldn't have, because he's got an alibi that he was assuming the murder happened after 9 p.m. But this suggests it is like someone is threatening to kill. He said he was going to kill. So that means the man's not, if you think this guy is the murderer, he hasn't murdered him by 9, and he did spend the night in the cell. So I think there's an alibi. So I believe Thomas Clark has an alibi, and Jonathan reminds us that actually Thomas Clark was on our alibi list this whole time. Yes, he absolutely was. And there's his wife, Ada. And they're disparaging comment towards Benjamin about his health. This is him arguing that Benjamin Ashdown was having an affair with his wife. His wife doesn't devout Protestant. His wife does not. They argue with the wife. He's the disorderly conduct. So there we have abuse with the wife. Clearly, this is them. All right, so this is all very useful. Seems to be clearing up all of our stuff. Let me update my notes about which brother was having the affair and had VD, because I didn't take great notes about that. So let's go back to our scene of the crime. Benjamin is the one. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. So all of that lines up 100%. Benjamin, who's the one shot at the door. Benjamin is the largest at the door shot. So Benjamin is the largest one, and he has the venereal disease, shot by the door. And he was the one, we think, having affair with Ada Clark. And that's the strong motive of Thomas Clark to kill him, the brother of Cecilia Emerson, but he's got an alibi. He was surely in jail at 9 p.m. And even if you think the murder happened early, clearly by his statements shouting at the theater, he thought he was still alive by the time he got booked into jail. So he is not our murderer. That seems very clear to me. Only 2 more physical pieces of evidence before we get into our encrypted message. But let's just check in with the chat a little bit more here. It's not smallpox, right? It's he's got some sexually transmitted disease. Although maybe it is smallpox, I don't know. But I don't think you need sexually transmitted disease for smallpox. It's venereal disease that he has. Okay, let's look at our two last documents before we dig a little deeper here. Interview with a bookmaker. It's an excerpt from The River, Mersey, and Beyond, a descriptive guide to the city of Liverpool. This might just be to solve our puzzle, but okay, let's see. Oh, betting. Interview with a bookmaker. Oh, betting. This is someone who takes bets. A bookie. To find out more about how Liverpool spends its non-working hours, I spoke to one of the city's bookmakers. The best horse racing in the entire country can be found at Aintree. Grand National has been going since 1839. It brings people in from all over. Horse racing's just one half of it. You only cheer the horse that you backed, says Finley Prowett. He explained that due to the Gaming Act of 1845 and the Betting Act of 1853, the only legal betting is beside a racetrack. But according to Finley, the law doesn't stop everything. Some have a shop that fronts as something else, fruit and veg maybe, but they're actually taking bets behind the counter. Some bookies hire runners whose only job is to be faster than the police. There's always a way around it. If anything, it appears that these laws have created an even greater divide between Liverpool's rich and poor. Street betting's still happening, Finley says, but because of the law, it's all gone underground. Bare-knuckle boxing is popular with the working classes, though the bobbies are always trying to crack down on it. It's the upper classes that have the most to lose, and by God do they lose it. Card games, dice games, gaming tables. There can sometimes be a lot at stake. But because it's happening in private members' clubs, police leave them alone. In essence, as long as there's someone to lay a wager against you, there's always going to be gambling. If there's one thing I can tell you about betting, says Finley, it's always in the newspapers. But I've never seen a chicken race in all my years as a bookmaker. There's no such thing. So it looks like someone came and asked this guy about these poultry races. And he's saying, there's a lot of illegal gambling, but no one ever calls them chicken races. So I'm going to put this with the chicken race documents. I think that's going to be, I don't know. I think that's going to be import-export. I don't think this is a case about illegal betting, but could be wrong. Okay, now we're looking at the ship coming into Liverpool from New York September 15. Like maybe this is showing us that our guy didn't even get here till after 15th. Date of departure the 15th. I think this is showing us that our guy is planning to be there by the funeral, but not beforehand. This is going to be our alibi for Geraldine's brother. So let's find him. Where is he? Bertram White. Bertie White. He's boarded. On the 16th, it's a 6-day trip. So he's not getting there till the 21st. He's not in Liverpool. He is eliminated. He has our alibi. So maybe we will start organizing these like that. So where's our telegram? Okay. So on the 3rd of September, Edgar, one of our victims, sends a telegram to Bertie White. He says, your sister, who I'm married to, my wife, she's dead. She committed suicide. Funeral's on the 22nd. Bertie White, who's here and might blame Edgar, so might have a motive, but he has booked a trip, a solo trip on this boat He's going to depart on the 15th, but he's not going to get into the 21st. So he's fully alibied. So that's an alibi for him. And I believe that we've alibied Thomas Clark because let's organize this with this. This is part of this guy's alibi. And then Thomas Clark, we believe, is alibied by the tickets to the play. Maybe we won't put the family tree. Tickets to the play and being arrested by the police. Okay, so that's these two alibis. The doctor who went crazy, he might still be in the hospital. We might want to double check that report to see if that is his alibi. Well, we can do that in a bit. All right, so we haven't done our encrypted messages. We haven't found the mouth to hell, and we haven't opened this. We also alibied the thief as he was at the opium den. Yes, I think you're right. Let me take a look at that again, though. What? That's one of our police reports. Let me take a look at this again. So he is talking about the night of the 18th at 10:50. So he's come in with a whole bunch of money after the horse race. All happy with his money. And then he went into a stupor. Yes, you're exactly right. He is alibied. Our thief. The pock-faced thief who robbed him. I don't know why he would have a motive anyway. But okay, he has a strong alibi as well. Good catch. I'll put this out here. All right, what about our doctor? Do we need to find this? Let me see this. Here's our doctor again. Okay, so here's his craziness. We haven't made sense of this, but I want to see. Did we overlook whether he is actually interred at this? So he is admitted, but the date is blanked out. But can we figure out? I wonder if these are going to help us with dates. Let's see. Like, if we know the date he got the kitten, I wonder. Okay, let's take a look again. So we're looking for an alibi. What we're trying to find out is if this doctor had been a patient and interred at this facility when we think the murder happened. So let's see. 30 September, he's with the kitten. On the 4th day, he has a spider. I think we are going to be able to decode. Look, finally I have a kitty. I think we're gonna be able to decode. Finally, I have my kitty. Flies to spiders, to sparrows, to kitty. So we don't know. It's not written down when he was charged, but I think we're meant to figure it out here. In the first few days, he was collecting flies. Then, on the fourth day, he found a spider. Then, sometime later, a sparrow. On the 30th September, he has a kitten. I think, let me just do the rest of this. Let me make sure there's nothing else. Okay, so I think that on the 30th of September, finally, I have my kitty. I think that this is going to be... These are going to be dates. And are we going to be able to backdate him? Why is the sparrow to kitten? Let me just look at this again. 30 September, he has a kitten. We found him with the kitten. Unsure when he got it. I see. They don't know exactly when he got it, but by the 30th, he's got it. On the 4th day, he's got a spider. Staff also found a note with his scribblings. So, I think... But even if we... Yes, no, if we could track the 4th day... 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. What I'm thinking is that if they take away his scribblings on the 30th of September... Am I overthinking it? On the 4th day, he found a spider. Let me just look at this again for a little bit more, then I'll look in the chat. I wonder if he's writing on each day. Like if they've taken this thing away on the 30th, why do we have a plus 3 plus 6 plus 7, 9, 16, 17, 18? There's an 18. Okay. So he's added these together and gotten 18. Now he's added these together, 8, 14, 15 to get 15. Then he's added 15 plus 18 to get 33. Then 2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 2 is 16. And 4 plus 5 plus 8 plus 2 is 19. And then he's added 19 to 16 to get 35. And 35 to 33 to get 68. Okay. So he's adding these up. Here's 1, here's 2, and then adds to this to get this, and here's this, and then here's this, added this to this, to this, to this, to get this. Okay, so why is he doing that? What does that mean? He's adding them up. Is he counting days? Is that it? is he counting days? And is he calculating that he's been there 68 days? 3 days, 6 days, or hours. 3, 6, 9, 7, 2. Well, if he's summing these up, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, they're all in sections of 4. He's counting 4, 4, 4, 4. Why is that? Why is that? Is it the amount of flies he's eaten? On the 4th day, they catch him eating a fly. Is that what's happening? On the 4th day, he found a spider. Look at that. It's flies to spiders to sparrow to kitten. It's flies to spider to sparrow to kitten. Every 4 days, they're changing in. He's getting something else that's very spooky. But okay, so I think he's finding a spider here. It's 4 days, 4 days, 4 days, 4 days. So he's eating flies, he's getting a spider, then he's eating and then the spider's turning into the flies, spiders, sparrows, kitten every 4 days. Now, given that, on the 4th day, he found a spider. So here's the 4th day, spider. Then on the 8th day, no, sorry, I think that's fly. 4th day, fly, spider. On the 8th day. No, this must be spider. 4th day, he found a spider. Okay, so spider. And then sparrow. Then kitten. And then I don't know what this is going to be. But if this is the 30th day, here he's been in there 4 days, 8 days, 12 days, 16 days, and that's when they catch him on the 30th. So 26th, 22nd, 18th, 14th is his first day, which seems like basically what the chat is agreeing with. Okay, so I believe, as we intuited, this crazy thing here was all about giving an alibi to our doctor, who is insane, but Anne wanted to eat this guy's blood, but is committed involuntarily in the hospital during our murder. So he's got his alibi. Which leaves us with our number one suspect all along, Charles Emerson. So that everything is coming to rest on Charles Emerson's shoulders as we expected. I guess we can keep some of these with our people. But we still have some details we don't fully understand. All right. Well, let's take what will probably be our last break. Then we'll come back, we'll decode this message, and I think the pieces are going to fit together for us. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay. Valley says, can someone remind me why Thomas is ruled out? And Jonathan Warner and Pretty Girl replied, Thomas was ruled out for having a fight with his wife at the theater and being taken to jail for the rest of the night. Right. And we've got multiple corroborating information that he was taken to the jail right after the play and that he was at the play. And even at the play, he says, I'm going to kill that guy that I think you're having the affair with. So he thinks he's alive. So clearly he has not killed him yet. Okay, we were going to decrypt our code now. I was going to scan and copy, but instead I was getting something to eat. But that's okay because we can do it our old-fashioned way. Like it's not even. Okay, we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way with this. Right, do this so we can write on top of it. And the other thing I was going to suggest is that we don't have. I don't believe we have a suggestion for what this should be set to, which you might imagine we would. We've got this code, and then we've got the betting slips. Now, there's 26 possibilities here. Are there 26 possibilities? Yeah, about 26 possibilities. Valley has cracked it. No, I don't want this. I appreciate that, but no, I want to solve this, but I want to talk through how to solve it. I appreciate it. Thank you for doing it the right way. It's very reasonable in the chat to say, I've solved it. If you need hints or help, let me know. Okay, two possibilities. Well, one possibility is it's more complicated and this changes every line or whatever. But assuming it's the same, let's just talk about how you would crack something like this. 26 possibilities. You could try each one, but probably your best bet is to see if there's what information could you bring to bear? Now, if I was looking at this and I wanted to avoid trying all the possibilities, I might look for, is there a word that you think should be in here somewhere? Like you can see there's some doubles. There are other ways to look at it. If I had to guess, I see two things that would help us. First of all, if I had to take my first guess, I might guess that this would be the word the. Deposit any takings at the something, in something, or the shop in whatever. So I might guess that this was a the. That might be the first thing I would try to do. So let's just try that first one out. And then a letter you might think that this might be the too, but let's try this the. And it's going to be very easy to see if that's correct, right? Because this has only got, if it's the, this has to be a T here. And then everything else has to follow from it. The pie would have to be an H. And the bat would have to be an E. So that's it. We've solved it on our first shot. Now, Okay, that's a little anticlimactic, but that's fine. Now, if that had failed, I think that the next best thing to do probably would be something like this. This is what I expected we were going to have to do. Let's say we didn't have those and we were just going to operate on this. What I was going to do, what I was going to suggest that we do to attack that is to draw out where these three are. So in other words, this is first letter, and then the offset from that is the triangle. That's going to be the second letter. And then the diamond is going to be the third letter. And what I was going to suggest then is that we just do it this way, like A, Q, W, no. B, R, X, no. C, S, Y, no. D, T, Z, no. E, U, A, no. Probably not. F, V, B, no. G, W, and so on. Having these three letters in a row is going to tell us when we get a word. Now, we happen to know that the code eventually is going to end up with the T over here. And so this first word would be Y-O-U. So that would be the fastest way to walk through the 26 possibilities and quickly eliminate most. So if this the didn't work, then this would be the way I was going to back up, walk through all of them. I think that's probably the fastest way to do it. There's no need, because it's all on this wheel, there's no need to do complex analysis of it. You could also look for doubles. You could say that that's probably an O or an E. And in fact, if we were just curious, we could see that these double triangles are the O's. So that would be another way. Try O's, O's, E's there. And if you did that, you tried the O's, you might try the E's, and so on. So this is going to get solved very quickly, no matter how you look at it. But we've already solved it on our first shot. So let's now decode this message. Let's do this one first, since that's the one that helped us break it. And let me use my new system here. These transparent 3M transparent stickies make it pretty convenient to put it over an item and write on it. Okay, let's try that. So, what do we have here? T-H-E. T-H-E. Okay, and then we have this symbol, which is here. M. Is that a triangle? Am I just having trouble seeing through my thing? Yes, I guess it is. M-O, this is probably M-O-U. T, oh, this is going to be the mouth of hell. Okay. L-L, mouth of hell. Okay, well, there we have the mouth of hell. So now we know we know this is related to the mouth of hell. Pretty cool. Okay, so you're supposed to collect your feathers at the mouth of hell, which maybe it's money. I wonder if it's going to be, well, okay, let's not skip ahead. Let's see how Valley says. I did it similarly. I saw the flame symbol by itself and knew it'd either be an I or an A. Okay, that's even smarter, actually. That's actually quite a bit smarter than how I did it. Very smart. Okay, so Valley was saying, look, rather than look at the possible doubles, just look at the singleton. That's either going to be an A or an I. Well, that's even smarter. Okay. I always am reminded on this channel, get a channel of people. You're not going to be the smartest one in the channel. Okay. Let's decode this one now. So let's make sure we're started at the right place. Okay. Do we have a better... Yes. I guess this is it. Okay. Y O U. And then we have our T O O. Hourglass is probably K. It'd be remarkably difficult to find some of these sometimes. You took a L O candle. That is our E. You took a loved O N E. Took a loved one. You took a loved one from me. N O. Now let's see how you L I K E. Now let's see how you like it. You took a loved one from me. Now let's see how you like it. Interesting. So this note is found crumpled in the pocket of the victim, one of our 3 victim brothers. Almost by process of elimination, we know who we think that is. I mean, we've basically got our killer basically by process of elimination as Charles Emerson. Oh, he's talking about... I guess he's talking about his brother, Francis. And that's what Jonathan says. It's probably from Charlie to the victim in revenge for Charlie's brother, Francis, being killed in the raid. It's awfully elaborate, though, huh? So as a reminder of what we think happened here, we're fairly certain that Charles and his brother Francis worked after hours every week, picking up, doing this illegal pickup of tobacco, illegal imported tobacco, and that the two of them have been seen, Charles and Francis have been seen every week, 21st, 28th, 4th, at 11:30, picking up their stuff. She sees the tattoo on his arm of a snake, but on the 11th, they didn't show up. The next week is the murders. Now, why do they not show up on the 11th? We think it's because, well, they do show up on the 11th and get killed. But there's this. Bad weather on the horizon. I think they're talking about the police coming. Meet next week. This was our September 11th. Next week at usual time for celebration. And then this is the where Francis gets killed on the 11th. Yesterday evening. So they do show up on the 11th. But the brothers don't. Is that what's going on? Like the brothers, this is not from Emerson. I think this is from the brother Edgar to his other brothers. And he's saying, hey, don't go to the dock on the 11th because the police, I've heard the police are going to be there. But they don't tell Charles and Francis, who do show up, get caught by the police, and Francis gets killed and Charles escapes. So Charles blames the three brothers for getting Francis killed. And Charles goes on the lam, but before he does, while he's hiding, he sends a message to one of the brothers, to the whole, probably all three of them, saying, you took a loved one from me, now let's see how you like it. So now, I think that makes a lot of sense to me. Jonathan says, I agree with your theory, Jesse. Okay, so now we still haven't opened this. I think this is going to be evidence about Ida having an affair, which isn't going to be relevant for us, but let's find out. Maybe there's something deeper that we've not quite gotten. So it's one of these little things that ways to encrypt, you write a little message to a lover. Let's see what we've got here. Doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt it, love. Doubt that the stars are fire. Doubt that the sun doth move his aids. Doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt it, love. So doubt all these things, but never doubt love. Yes. Oh, look at this. Okay. So this is exactly what we thought. This person here is this person. This is Ida, the wife of Thomas Clark. And Thomas thinks that Ida's having an affair with Benjamin and that she got venereal disease and has infected Thomas. That gives him a motive. And sure enough, she denied it, but it's true that she was having an affair. My lovely Ben, now I long to be with you once more. My husband cannot compare to your wealth and beauty. I think he suspects that my love has sailed for another ship. He's always angry with me, so we must delay our next Sunday meeting. Just know my heart aches for your touch again. That's all fine and well, but this is a misleading piece of evidence. It's confirmation that she's having an affair with one of the brothers, Benjamin, but it is not the wife of Ida that killed him. He's got an alibi. He wanted to kill him, and he might have gone and killed Benjamin, but he's not our killer. All right, so now they're illegally importing tobacco for the Three Brothers Company. And furthermore, the operation is being coordinated on these days. These are newspaper clippings. So they're coordinating information. I don't know what these messages are. Are these, look, these are clearly tobacco references. Penny Stinker, Young Havana, Holy Smokes. This might be where they're selling the illegal Torpedo, that's a kind of cigar. Virginia tobacco. This is all clearly about leaf tobacco. This is all clearly about the tobacco operation. But collect your feathers. I wonder if this is where they're helping unload. I guess they're helping unload. I mean, it seems like they were selling tobacco here. But maybe the idea here is deposit any takings. Okay, I think what the idea is, you're supposed to collect the tobacco from the loading dock and bring it to the mouth of hell, which is where they would pick up the tobacco, the brothers, I guess. So now our last part of our puzzle is to solve this. So who is the vampire? We think it's Charles Emerson. What was the motive? Is revenge on the brothers for getting Francis, Charles's brother, killed. How did he do it? This is the part where I think we have the least amount of evidence, but it feels like they used the chloroform to drug them, and then they burst in, shot one, and made it look like the vampire did it. Maybe trying to frame the doctor. In fact, we should check if Charles has a run-in with the doctor, and that's how he thinks to frame him. Where and what is the map tell? Okay, so that's where they were supposed to bring the tobacco after they unfloat it. And I think now we can solve this puzzle. I'm curious. I want to make on my to-do list. Did Charles Emerson know about... It's not Renfield, but he's sharing the same name, right? About the crazy doctor. Like, did that give him the idea to frame the doctor? But okay, let's try to solve this now. Mapping them out to hell. Jack the Ripper knew very well. Whitechapel is on the road to hell. Paradise droops down, just so we're clear. St. George's Hall is not in, but near. St. John's and St. George can't keep us at bay. Don't be afraid, just do what we say. We three demons, the three brothers, we're fire at the helm. We even have a church in our realm. There's going to be a church in there. Go against us, you wouldn't dare. We've also got the queen in our lair, so somewhere there's going to be the queen something. You'll find the rest from an unlikely source. There's more to racing than a jockey and a horse. If I don't get fed, I'll get so wild. What I'm saying now is feed me, child. 3 fiery demons. That's going to be our brothers. Okay, so let's see if we can do this. So we should be looking for probably like a Whitechapel Road. Someone from the chat thinks the 3 tobacco cards are what the 3 demons are referencing. That's interesting. 3 demons. That's interesting. I don't know how to use these. Henry V, Elizabeth, William Shakespeare. I'm not sure how we would use these. But okay. St. George's Hall is not in but near. Paradise, Whitechapel. So let's look for any of these words on the map. Whitechapel, Paradise, St. George Hall, St. John and St. George, and the Queen. So let's look for the guest rates. Okay, I'm going to have to read that later because it's too distracting and I'm not quite following. So let's see. Well, there's George's dock. There's a church. So we've even got a church in our realm, and we've also got the queen in our realm. A little hard to see. Let's see if we can. I mean, there's George, there's a church. But we're looking for something that would be about this size. Maybe it's a triangle. Maybe when we look at this triangle, we're going to see Henry VII in one corner, but we've got to find more places. Water Street. Maybe the thing to do is to just zoom in and scroll around here. Paradise Street. Okay, there's Paradise Street for sure. Okay. Paradise droops down, just so we're clear. That might just be a reference so you know you're on holding it the right side up. Paradise droops down. St. George's Hall is not in, but near. Okay, so St. George's Hall. Got George's dock. Let's move this around. See if we can find more places. There's Queen Anne Street. There's George's Hall, and there's the church. St. George's Hall is not in, but near. St. John and St. George can't keep us at bay. Paradise droops in. St. George's Hall is not in, but near. Paradise droops down. Whitechapel is on the road. Okay, let's see if we can't find Whitechapel, because if we find Whitechapel is on the road. Okay, so St. George's Hall is not in it, but near it. Okay, I mean, we're clearly on the right. We're clearly doing the right thing. We're looking for if we can find Whitechapel. That will be a big clue. And there's chapel. We know it has a church. Paradise troops down. We found Paradise. Oops. We found Paradise. Maybe I could use these to move around. Okay, there's George Hall, William Brown Station, Queen Square. George's Hall is near, but not in. We have a church. We've also got the Queen in our lair. And Whitechapel is on the road to hell. That feels like the easiest, the best one that would narrow things down for us if we could find Whitechapel. Whitechapel. Is Whitechapel a place here? Whitechapel. Where is Whitechapel? I feel like it's not Whitechapel Street. I mean, there's a church here. There's a church here. There's a church here. Ah, sorry, you can't see. So we got church. Come on, guys. Come on. So church. 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 A lot of churches. This isn't the best way to narrow things down, I feel like. Convent. Church. Churches everywhere. Where is Whitechapel? Whitechapel. I wonder if they're talking about a chapel. Duke Street. I mean, there's Queen. One Queen thing here. George's Hall is near but not in. There's the Queen in a church. This is going to somehow map to streets, but I'd rather find Whitechapel first than just try to put that random way. You probably, oh, maybe you can see. I'm not sure you can see it, that text. I mean, there is a chapel here, but it's not white. I'm not sure. There's various places with the Queen. We could try to knock out those too. It's a little. It's if it weren't so neat, it might be frustrating. But let me go back this way again. Come on, guys. Whitechapel is on the road to hell. That feels like we should be able to find Whitechapel, and then we could just look down that road. Paradise droops down just so we're clear. St. George's Hall is not in but near. All right, so we did find St. George's Hall, so we know it's not in but near. But how close is near? And then St. John and St. George can't keep us at bay. I'm not sure what that means. We've also got the Queen in our lair. And somewhere, we even have a church in our realm and a queen in our lair. So somewhere in here, I believe, we're going to find a church and a queen. These are churches. There's a queen. So does that mean it's like right there? There it is, look. So George's Hall is outside, is near, but not in it. There's the queen, there's the church, and it maps on these streets. Okay, so there we have found our mouth of hell. Now, I'd still like to know where Whitechapel is. So, on the road, it says Whitechapel is on the road to hell. So, one of these roads hitting this should be, well, we'd have to, one of these roads hitting this should also hit Whitechapel. But I'm not sure we can find it or if we'll be able to. Okay, so what is this location? I guess it's just an address here. Great Charlotte Street off Elliott and Rowe. So there's our answer. Great Charlotte Street and Elliott Rowe. Okay. I think Whitechapel is just to make the notes seem like it's about Jack the Ripper. I don't believe you. I don't believe that. I think these are all information about the map. I think it's saying Jack the Ripper, Whitechapel is on the road to hell. This feels like one of these roads to this is going to lead to Whitechapel, but maybe we could even, maybe Whitechapel is a known, well, I don't know. Who knows? I could always be wrong. But we have found it. That's the most important thing. Now, I think this means we know all of the answers, although how would you phrase what is the mouth of hell? I mean, the cigarette company is telling the dock workers to pick up the illegal stuff and bring it to the mouth of hell. So the instructions are for the workers to deposit any takings at the mouth to hell. Collect your feathers at the dock, collect the tobacco at the dock, and bring it to there. So it's where they are telling people to bring the tobacco once it's unloaded. Were we given an address on that street anywhere? I think one of the first documents talked about where the old tobacco shop was. We might want to see if that matches it. That's an interesting idea. Where do you think... Do you think it was in the newspaper where we read that? I'll look. The first Ashdown Tobacco Works on Old Hall Street in 1849. The brothers took over Ashdown and Son. Old Hall Street in 1849. That does not sound like the location we found, does it? Great Charlotte Street. I'm not sure we're gonna know this place. I'm not sure it's anything but a place on a map. It was actually a very good idea, though. It's a very good idea, though. So the only thing, it is a little odd that we don't know more details about, like, why, how did Charles Emerson get hold of this and why? The murder weapon here is in a Liverpool warehouse, a brass scarificator used for bloodletting. So, and the gun was never found. So, can we take a moment to take a look at our suspect, Charles Emerson, and see if we can't do any last minute identification of more evidence against him, like how did he get that scarificator, etc. Let's just read his information. He's a dock laborer, snake tattoo, started working 1892 along with his brother, stopped showing up for work. Imprisoned for pickpocketing, sentenced to 3 months hard labor at Liverpool Borough Gaol. So we have we don't know where he would have come into contact with that stuff. The only question I wonder is if he's somehow connected to the doctor and is trying to frame him, but maybe not. Maybe that's just going too far. So here's the crazy doctor. He was a former doctor of Benjamin. There's nothing in here about him being friends with Charles Emerson or anything, right? Because if Charles Emerson got into his office, he could have gotten the chloroform, the scarificator, and know that this guy's crazy. I just want it because that's where he could have gotten the medicine to drug them. Unmarried, lived alone. I wonder if he's going to turn out to live nearby. What if he turns out to live nearby the Emersons? He consumed the blood of one of his patients, which seemed to be the cause of his distress. Opium establishment. There's no connection with Charles Emerson. All right, let me see if we can find that he lived next to Charles Emerson. Either way, that's going to be my theory, is that he broke into the doctor's place. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, that would be amazing if he lived next to the... Oh my God. There he is. Holy cow. He's the neighbor of Emerson. How great is that? How wonderful is that? Boy, that's sweet. The writers of this case gave us just enough information to say that Charles Emerson was using using the drug. Where would he get it? Where would he get this device? And look at that. Our doctor is next door neighbors to Charles Emerson. That's where Charles Emerson got the drugs to knock them out. That's where Charles Emerson got the scarificator to make it look like they were Dracula bit them. And that's probably where he got the idea to frame the doctor. The doctor has gone insane, thinks he's a vampire. Charles Emerson's like, I'm going to get my revenge. I'm just going to break into the next door house. 125 Cross Hall Street and 126 Cross Hall Street. The doctor is away from home in the mental asylum. His place is empty. That's probably where Charles ran and hid after the raid. So he was staying at the doctor's house. He knows the doctor is locked up in a mental asylum. This is where he's hiding out. And while he's hiding out, he's got access to the doctor's drugs. And that's what he puts in the whiskey, which knocks out the brothers. And that's where he gets the scarificator, which he's modified to make it look like a vampire when he's killed them. No, we didn't really need that to answer the questions. It would be nice if the questions asked about that, but there was enough of there's a little niggling at the back of my head, like, where does he get this scarificator and stuff? But now it is all clear. All right. Do we need to have our vote here? Let's go. Let's vote on the details here. And then we will scratch this off and see the answers. So I guess you just have to vote if you disagree. So it's Charles Emerson. Motive was revenge for the death of his brother, Francis. How did he do it? This is the part, I guess there's nothing to vote here. I'm going to stop this vote. It's not vote, but you just stay in the channel if you have any little details you want to add. So how did he do it? I'm saying that he put the chlorodyne from the doctor's office in some whiskey, sent them a little gift of this whiskey, knocked them all out. This is all hearkening back to the first police report. He busted in. One of them, the largest one, wasn't fully knocked out. He had to shoot him in the stomach. The other two were not passed out on the table. He used the scarificator that he had modified to kill them. The two of them, he just put this on their neck, shot it into them, blood spurted everywhere. And then the other guy he did, and he's doing it to frame the crazy Dr. Bernard Feld and make it look like this crazy serial killer did it, or that Bernard did it. He probably doesn't even care. And where is What is the Mouth to Hell? That's at Great Charlotte and Elliott or Rose Street, and it's where the tobacco gets delivered to the three brothers normally. All right, so it looks like we are in agreement. All right. You took the long one from me. Now let's see how you like it. And he left him this crazy note. All right, let's scratch this off here. And then we get to read the epilogue online. All right, what are we going to use to scratch off this thing? What do we have here? Okay, who was the vampire? I'm just trying to do this to try to catch this stuff. DJ has something that we might have missed. Okay. Let's hear it. You got some other detail we might have missed? Let's hear it. Look at the Liverpool Police Files eyewitness account from Susan Chambers. Okay. We got eyewitness Mary. Susan Chambers. Okay, let's see. So she witnesses on the 3 days. Did I see anything? No, I was at home with my cat Whiskers. I'll tell you what I did see. 3 weeks straight, 2 lads, we know that's the 2 brothers, on the corner of Great Charlotte Street and Elliot. Aha. Nice catch. Okay, so confirmation about the location of the mouth of hell. Great Charlotte and Elliot, that's where we track down the map to their mouth of hell. So in fact, she sees them there. Good catch. That makes sense why she didn't see the police bust them, because I kept thinking that she had been seeing them at the docks unloading. And then why wouldn't she see them on the bus on the 11th? But no, she's waiting at the delivery location. Neat. Very neat. Okay, good. Very good spotting that. Wasn't necessary to answer the questions, but puts another little piece of the puzzle. Okay, who is the vampire? This is not... Okay. Charles Emerson, just as we suspect him. Okay. What was motive? I really wouldn't mind having a better thing to scratch with. Are these sharper? This feels like... doing this, why didn't I write on everything if it's going to be a one-time? I wonder if there's a... Is there a better system? Like, I do have a razor blade. Would that do it? This is going to cut the paper. That's no good. Trying to find what the optimal... That seems like it works a little better about the risk of tearing the paper. There is an epilogue online that we're going to read in a second, but let's do this properly. The motive was revenge. The Ashdowns employed Charles and Francis to smuggle tobacco so they could evade taxes. The police had started closing in on the operation, so the Ashdowns had to eliminate any evidence and links to them. They anonymously tipped off customs officers. Then Charles escaped, but Francis died. in the ensuing crackdown. Okay, so this says that the brothers actually set them up, but whether they set them up or not, we did properly figure out that the brothers knew about the police coming. All those celebrations, that does sound like maybe they were doing it. Okay. How did the killer do it? Let's see what this answer is. Okay, spike their drinks with the Collins Brown's chlorodyne to subdue them, then sliced their necks with the scarificator. Bigger than the others, Benjamin was not as subdued as the others and had to be shot to stop escaping. Okay, so we figured all that out. Although I said he was shot while he was busting in rather than escaping, but that's okay. And then the mouth of hell. No. So there is an online epilogue, but this is, putting this under this gold is not really necessary. You could just put it in an envelope, but I like the idea how dedicated they are to making this a fully offline experience. Like you could play this and then reveal the solution without ever having to get online. All right, let's read what it says about the mouth of hell. Warehouse on the corner of Great Charlotte Street in Elliott. It was where Charles and Francis deposited the smuggled tobacco for the Ashdowns. All right, so we got it 100% correct. A little bit of a mess here. Not too bad. All right, so now let's go read the epilogue. Try not to spell this. All right, so let's give ourselves a little celebration. You could just put some sticky notes over those answers to give it someone else. Yeah, I could just put it in an envelope or whatever. All right. Pretty fun. Now let's go read what little extra this game has for us to read. All right. Let's see. All right, Cyanide Mysteries. And then it wants me to spell this out. Maybe there's just a link on. Maybe there's a link on that page. Really have to spell this whole thing out? There might have been a link on that page, but I don't want to take a chance. Reveal. I spelled it wrong. Okay. Oh, guys, don't. Don't. Let's see if there's a link on the page. Home. Recent blog posts. All right, we can take a look at all this in a second. Surely there's a link to the reveals. We'll take a look at this website and after we finish here. Let's see if we can't. Okay. I'm trying to click and read more, but nothing's happening. Shop now, shop on Etsy. Okay, I guess I gotta type it in. The vampire. Let's see, what do we want? We want the Vampire of Albert Dock hyphen or EVEAL. Okay, here we go. Over 130 years later, the identity of the vampire of Albert Dock has finally been uncovered. The perpetrator was one of Liverpool City Police's original suspects, Charles Emerson. Ashdown and Sons could no longer afford their Liverpool factories, and they were forced to import tobacco from overseas. However, this incurred high import taxes. To avoid these custom duties, the Ashdown brothers employed working-class people from the city to smuggle tobacco off the ships. These people didn't have many other options. Brothers Charles and Francis Emerson were two such people. Born in poverty to a single mother, the brothers were no strangers to slums, workhouses, and child labor. They were young children when their mother died in the West Derby workhouse. Francis fell in love with a woman named Cecilia, and they had two children. They finally managed to afford a small house on Great Crosshall Street, and Charles moved in with them. They kept their heads above water for a few years, but the devastation of poverty was inescapable in Victorian Britain, and Francis and Cecilia's daughter, Hattie, died in 1892. Approximately 15% of children in this period died before reaching the age of 1. Despite one less mouth to feed, the Emersons needed money desperately. They worked for the Ashdowns on 3 occasions, smuggling tobacco from the Ashdown office in Albert Dock into a warehouse in the city. The Ashdowns communicated with the Emerson brothers through fake poultry race results in the newspaper, directing them to the mouth of hell, which another piece of evidence indicated was a warehouse on the corner of Great Charlotte Street and Elliott Street. One of the eyewitnesses, Susan Chambers, saw this happening. The police were close to uncovering the operation, but Edgar Ashdown knew how to throw them off the scent. The Ashdowns set up Charles and Francis, sending them another newspaper clipping, just like the others, on the 11th of September, then anonymously tipped off customs officers, initiating a crackdown. Charles managed to escape, but Francis was killed. Charles wanted revenge. He waited until the same time next week when he knew the Ashdowns would be at their office. He hid in the dark, spiking their drinks with Dr. J. Collins Brown's chlorodyne. The powerful concoction of chloroform, morphine, cannabis, and laudanum stunted the men's inhibitions, and Charles slit a main artery in their throats and tore their clothes to resemble a vampire attack to confuse the police. It could also acted as a metaphor that wealthy men like the Ashdowns sucked the blood out of the poor people in the city. Nice idea. The only problem was that Benjamin was a large man, and the concoction didn't work as quickly on him as it did on his brothers. Benjamin attempted to escape. Charles shot him in the stomach and slit his neck afterward. He left a note detailing his motive at the scene of the crime, and then he disappeared. He left a note detailing his motive at the scene of the crime. That doesn't sound right. I like it better our way, where he gave him the note ahead of time. The other suspects. Renard Feld was in Rainhill Lunatic Asylum at the time of the murders, collecting flies, spiders, sparrows, and a kitten with the intention of eating them and consuming their life force. Luckily, the doctors saved the kitten before it was too late. Bertram White was on a ship from New York to Liverpool at the time of the murders. Because of the way Edgar mistreated his sister, he will not miss the Ashdowns. Thomas Clark and Ada were having an argument at the Royal Alexandra Theatre just before the murders and spent the rest of the night at the police station. Thomas had just discovered Ada's affair with Benjamin. Benjamin had transmitted syphilis to Ada, who had then transmitted it to Thomas, and the pair died of the disease at the end of 1892. Leopold Parker spent the night of the murders in an opium den after stealing valuable items from Sterling Ashdown's house, pawning them, and using the money to bet on a winning horse. However, he might have unleashed the power of an ancient cursed item in the process. That's lovely. That's the scarab. That is a lovely, tiny little thing. Okay. So that's the epilogue. And we are done with the case. Here's what we'll do here. We'll take our 5-minute, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll look at the rest of this website a little bit. We'll talk about the experience. I'm curious what you thought. 4.5 hours for this game. So I'll see you in 5 minutes and we'll talk about it. All right, time for some final thoughts about the Vampire of Albert Dock here. I don't remember exactly where I bought this, but it's from a company called Cyanide Mysteries. We were just looking at the website, and you can see they sell a couple of games here, including one other that I have, The Curse of Little Witchell. And then let's look at this, which game is right for you. So the one we played right now, The Vampire of Albert Dock, was medium, age 14 and up, which is the same for the other case we have, the Little Witchell. So it seems like Little Witchell is very similar in vibe, difficulty, etc. And then they have 3 other games that are easier and rated for smaller age people. And Arthurian Adventure, ages 7 and up. And then the Diamond Princess and Body in the Boardroom. It looks like Body in the Boardroom is a different game, different kind of game, 5 to 10 players. And then Diamond Princess is closest to this, but easier. What's Body in the Boardroom? I don't remember that one. It's not even listed here. Maybe it's out. Maybe it's obsolete. Well, I really enjoyed that quite a bit. It helps that we went in with low expectations, but really there was a lot to like here. And I think Jonathan almost says it all. I found the case engaging. Maybe a few parts of the case were made a little obvious by the end, but there were still some tricky parts. The census evidence was fun to come back to multiple times. Figuring out the numbers on the doctor's sheet was nice. It was a fun aha moment. Pretty Girl 101 says, I enjoyed the storytelling, really enjoyed the love letter. Amato says, I really enjoyed it. It was put together very well. Documents were very good. John says, maybe someone could argue the case wasn't as creepy as they might have expected. Still had some creepy moments, like the doctor and the scarab. Pretty Girl says, I'll agree it wasn't creepy. It had its moments of creepiness. The process of elimination was well done. I mean, my favorite parts here, I really liked the doctor's alibi, figuring out his creepy, scary notes of eating the flies and the stuff. The main case wasn't supernatural. It was a story of revenge, but then there were 2 little nods to some supernatural. One was that doctor in the asylum who was sort of summoning up, eating flies, turning to spiders and sparrows, and somehow he got a kitten. No, it's a little creepy. And then the little call out at the very end where we read the scene about the person dropped the scarab, which turned green and emitted a smoke, and it wasn't related to our case. It was just a tiny little side story, like maybe there is some supernatural in the world. Maybe in a future case, we'll hear about the scarab Egyptian mummy curse. Very clever little nod to that. I do think the highlight of the stuff, other than that doctor's thing, was that whole tie-in to the census on that street and the families. That was a very engaging, I mean, it's always fun to sort of trace back histories and stuff, but there were lots of little details on different documents. It was generally an easier case, and you could almost get most of it right even without understanding some details. But all the little pieces came together in terms of the family history and figuring out when they died and who was related to who. And it was fun to figure out in that diary who is writing it, who is she talking about, and the alibis. It was all done very well. Now, I don't know if you can see from the documents that these are on the lower end of quality of documents in terms of feel and production. Like, all of the handwriting is a computer handwriting font. And the newspaper is sort of it's all at the lower end of production. It's sort of it's not newspaper stock, it's single side. It's like a printed image, and this map worked very well and it was very nice, but it's a single 8.5 by 11. It's sort of the on the cheaper cost production. I mean, there is this, and they definitely spent some effort for this, but the actual content on all of this stuff, leaving aside the sort of printing production, the actual quality of the content was very high and very well done and very nicely written. And when you look at such a small production from a small company, these are very affordable, right? Like, where is our purchase page here? I mean, you could absolutely buy the digital version of this for $8 and just play it. And the full printed version, 19 pounds, 8 pounds or 9 pounds. That's very reasonable. And a really well done case with fully self-contained. You don't need the internet. A nice, reasonable epilogue. Easy to miss a bunch of stuff, but still get it right. This is a couple of comments that are worth adding. This is a good example of a game where if you go into it and just say, okay, let's see how quickly we can answer these questions, you are going to be missing a huge chunk of the experience. It is possible to answer. You could answer these questions by just the process of elimination and then still miss big chunks of the subtle details of the proofs and the story. So I really do think this is another one of these cases where you really should go into it and take your time and discuss stuff. In fact, it's a little odd that one of my favorite parts of this experience is getting to the end, knowing all the answers, and still being a little troubled with the fact that Charles Emerson drugged them with this poison and killed them with this weird doctor's device. And it was only that led me to go back to the census document and find out that their next door neighbor was the doctor, and come up with a theory that Charles was probably hiding out in the doctor's house, and that's where he got all the stuff. Now, what was really interesting is I was so happy with that discovery, and I'm totally convinced that that's the story. It's very strange that it's not in the epilogue. Now, how would you explain that? One explanation is it was totally invented by me and wasn't in the author's design. But the fact that the doctor lives literally next door to our murderer feels to me much too big a coincidence. So another explanation is just that the writers of the epilogue on the website are not the same people who wrote the case. That's possible. Or that they wrote it and decided that for the difficulty level, that would just confuse people. Like, reading that would frustrate people who might have missed it. It's very strange that that's not, like, if I was brought this by, and I was the editor or running this website, I would say, you've got an amazing, wonderful case here. Add some questions about this stuff. Add some questions about how, cat is down there. Add some questions about how did Charles Emerson get this device? Maybe even make it more tricky to solve that part. Like, make it using a device and make the nature of the device more of a mystery. Ask a question: where did Charles Emerson hide in the days after the police raid and the murder? I think that would be a good question. I think just asking that question would sort of solve the rest of this, but boy, was it fun to go through that census, etc. Derek, what are we going to play next tonight? All right, Derek, you got to stop that. Mystified says, that him eating insects, trying to eat a kitten, yeah, that was creepy. The device was creepy. Well, the whole murder scene. I'm such a sucker for a murder scene that you kick off the case right with the scene with weird, inexplicable facts. That is just the perfect way to start a case. Start a case with facts that you can't quite make sense of. Document production quality was low and would be more immersive if they invested a touch more, but quality of what was written was very good. Yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining about the quality of this stuff. I'm just saying this is a good enough case that you could see another company making a higher production value case out of this and charging more, but making the documents feel a little more realistic. But I'm not complaining. I'd rather have an affordable game with this quality of materials, and they obviously, I mean, no typos to note, none of that stuff. So I'm impressed, pleasantly surprised and impressed, and looking forward to playing the witch case. Whether we play it this year as part of this October's creepy spooky game marathon, or we save it for next year, which might be smarter, we'll find out. A pleasure as always playing with this group. I appreciate all the things you saw that I didn't see. Okay, let's say goodnight. Now, I won't see you tomorrow, but I will see you on Saturday night for Ghost in the Attic, a more deluxe, more highly produced game. Will it be as good as this? I have my doubts. I'll see you next time.